No, hey. And then if you allow everyone to put up with everything that they see, you wouldn't have many secrets.
I agree with that.
Because you know there is someone there looking for the play, looking for the personnel group and the design, and they will dissect the hell out of it. And the defense will be waiting on you.
Do you remember when Snyder first bought the team and he brought training camp here and started charging people to come, and then because it was then you could pay to get in, every other team could send
They send their
scouts.
Let's be real, dude. Fans are not just because they have on the colors don't mean that they're working for your team. You know what I mean?
Right.
They come up here and be commander, Redskin down, they'll be watch the football team down. But guess what? They were working for somebody else.
And football coaches are just so paranoid. Maybe
and
that's
then you
all
couldn't
coaches
understand.
in
Oh
general.
man, I can't believe they'll do that. Well, I can't believe you're charging.
Right. Just not all cash grabs are good cash grabs. Obviously, yesterday was a really, really light practice, jog through, if you will. If you look around the NFL, there are a handful of joint practices going on.
Mm-hmm.
Seahawks are in Green Bay for a joint practice. Talk about some travel. Like, my theory is that you should keep preseason travel as much as you can.
Seahawks and Green Bay?
Yeah.
That's a Mike Holmgren connection.
I mean, he's not.
He coached in both of them, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The Mike Holmgren Bowl. It is a bummer that we're here and there was some excitement, some juice for Ravens Commanders, and now it's just not happening. For whatever reason, it's the case now.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of doesn't matter what shook out because it's not happening now.
Yep.
DQ yesterday said he kind of made it seem like this is going to be they're not going all in with the burgundy and gold bowl.
Nah, there's a situational day where they're going to have referees working and looking at certain things that they're going to be trying to do. And see how it goes. You know?
They're going to try to push the gas a little bit today, I think.
My cousin was supposed to be here today, but since they're not doing the NFL referees are taking over everything.
Oh, gotcha. Who was supposed to come?
My cousin's the referee.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He refs college football, and they get a lot of them to come help, and he does a lot of the Ravens work for them when they need people.
Gotcha. So today he'll just – because they had a crew here yesterday. I don't know. I saw them leaving the field, and I was like, oh, well, they have refs today, but
they wouldn't have helped out. They didn't need nothing to look at yesterday. Yesterday was so slow. The referees probably like, look, man, I'm going to call delay a game because y'all moving so slow. But no, it was a chill practice yesterday.
Yeah. Which makes me think today will be
a little bit more ramp.
Yeah, I think today they'll kind of go because I don't think we're going to see much on Saturday from folks that will be major contributors. And one thing I find interesting, B, and I don't know how this shakes out, but generally this third preseason game, your day 3 draft picks, maybe even your day 1 and day 2 draft picks. But, like, if you're a rookie, generally you're playing in the first preseason game. Generally. In the third preseason game, rather. But if you look at this draft, Connerly has been really good and has turned he had a really insightful comment to me yesterday, and it was me and Kilgore, where he said, early on I was so focused on making the transition from left to right that it was like kind of mechanical and I just wasn't having any fun. And then I was really hard on myself. And then he figured out that, like, I got to enjoy myself. Otherwise, like, this isn't going to work. And he said he started to have fun and then he was just playing ball. And that he really enjoyed it. He's a really insightful young man, dude.
Connolly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that dude, man.
But in short, Connerly's either going to start at right tackle week 1 and you bump Wiley inside. Wiley's been playing really well, so I understand maybe if they're not in a hurry to do that. But I would expect it to happen at some point. Like, Connerly's got a pretty clear role on this team.
Yeah.
Trey Amos, same thing.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you want to get him some work since he didn't play in the last preseason game.
Depending on how the little tightness. If the tightness has gotten worse, then you don't worry about it because you got that extra week.
Well, here's my question, and I mean this sincerely, and I don't disagree with your premise of you got to play football to play football, but like
Practice football to play football.
But, like, if they play Saturday and it's 2 full weeks until
The next
week
game.
1, does getting 3 series of work or a quarter or 1 series, whatever that is, does that make a big impact 2 weeks later? Like, does that give you that much
I don't know if
pressure?
it makes a big impact, but if you don't get none at all, you didn't have that at all to go on.
Right, but I'm saying if they're happy with where guys are through damn near a month of camp, does Saturday do guys need the Saturday work for 2 weeks later?
I would say yes, they need it, but I would say it's not all on the coaches these days, Jay. It's on coaches, front offices, and all these analytical people and everything else who are basically telling guys what to do, what not to do, how to do it. You can't tell me the people that get maybe a 2-3 series this week and those who did none at all are not a little better off than the other guys. You know?
Right.
So I look, it's strange to me. Like I watch it and I'm looking, and the people that run football today aren't the people that play football. Those are the people that sit in their offices and do other stuff and tell you how they think a body should be, when the people that went through it and have done it, they will tell you. Just like I say, if you get injured and you sit out for 2 weeks, what do the players always say? You lose a lot. So if you're going to lose something by being injured and be out a week, if you don't play at all and then you got 2 weeks where you're just going through the motions, now you're getting ready for a game, so you're really not going to be going super hard, you have to lose something there too.
So it's going to be really interesting because Connerly's got a clear role. Amos has got a clear role. No third rounder. Fourth rounder's Jalen Lane. I think he's got a clear role.
Yeah.
Like, to me, until you get Terry and Noah back on the field, of the current crop of receivers running around, Debo is clearly the best. Debo has had a fantastic camp. Debo looks really, really good. Lane's number 2 on the depth chart to me. And I'd say it's a pretty big gap after that.
Yeah.
Lane has proven in a month here he knows how to get open. He knows how to run routes. He can help in NFL offense. He's also probably going to be your punt returner. It seems pretty clear there. Now, they're not going to say it officially, right? But, like, that's your fourth rounder. So that's another rookie with a very clear role, I would say. Fifth rounder came Medrano. I think he could use the work. No sixth, I believe. I'm sorry. Medrano was the sixth. Fifth is Debo. So Debo ain't playing in this game. Seventh, a seventh-round rookie. 99 times out of 100, hell yeah, you're playing in the third preseason game. And maybe Bill goes. Don't get me wrong. But I think at this point, Bill has a pretty clear role. It's just a unique situation where it's a relatively light draft class because they traded picks away to get Tunsil and Debo. And then the guys all the way until the 7th-round pick, it's pretty obvious where they fit in. Medrano, I think, is a little bit different. He doesn't have the obvious role, but like 1, 2, 4, 7 have a pretty obvious role, and I think that speaks to what they think is a pretty good draft class, and we won't know, right? Like let's see how what we're saying about that on Halloween, but it's an interesting dynamic going into the final preseason game.
Yeah. It is interesting, but the thing about it is some of those guys that are rookies need the work, need the timing still. And they get out there and they play a little. They may play like the veterans and the starters from last year played in the other game. Show me a little something, come sit down. Then we'll get the other guys in there.
So as we get into the show, we have a packed show coming today. We're going to open the phone lines up a little later. Dan Quinn is scheduled to sit down with us at 12:45 here in the tent. So that'll be a lot of fun to talk to Commanders head coach DQ. Don't miss that at 12:45. Nick Baumgartner is going to join us. Peter Rosenberg's going to join us later in the afternoon. I wanted to start by having – I don't know where this falls, B, but I am – like I have a master's in journalism. Once upon a time, I considered myself a very real journalist. As your career changes, like I don't write like I used to. The radio is a very different thing than this is about opinions and stuff. But I like to think I understand the line of what's fair, what isn't, what are real questions, what deserves to be asked, all those sorts of things, right? Mm-hmm. So I wanted to start. Obviously, this Brian Robinson situation is unfolding. It's pretty damn clear he's on the way out. And that's the business of football, right? Like, that's just real life. Yesterday, I posted a video, and I didn't ask the question. Alex Flume asked the question from DC News Now. But Bill Krosky-Merritt is a rookie running back, and he got asked about Brian Robinson. And I thought Bill nailed it. He's like, man, I've learned a ton from B-Rob. We're friends on and off the field. I don't have much more to say about that. Mm-hmm. To me, that question is completely within bounds. Like, I understand he's a rookie. Mm-hmm. But, this is a dude you shared the running back room with who's now not there. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the responses on Twitter were like, man, that's such junk to ask that. They don't need this negativity. And I don't think –
I don't think the question is out of bounds. But I think a lot of people want to get – they think they're going to get what they're not going to get. You know what I'm saying? Players at this level, they've seen guys get cut. High school, college, little league, whatever. They understand that dynamic. But to be honest with you, a lot of people asking the questions are not asking the questions to get that clever or intelligent of an answer. They want to get something to be able to run with. And I think a lot of people, but come on, I said over and over again, Jeff, I feel like a broken record. You got to realize what you're dealing with. When you get stuff from social media, they're not going to come back in a nice way. And like I say, if you keep diving into that cesspool, you're going to keep getting cesspool vibes. That's all you're going to get. Nobody, listen, bro, I have never seen anything go on social media, even if it's great, that gets all 100% positive responses.
Sure. I think fans have an unrealistic expectation or something of what constitutes a fair question. Like, even yesterday, where Dan Quinn, I think for the first time, showed a hint of frustration with the Terry McLaurin questions, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, I'm not here to play Where's Waldo. Basically, he's going to be out there when he's out there. I think –
because the questions keep – I sit over here, and I get offended by the people asking the same question over and over in different ways. I'm like, dude, he didn't answer the question 5 times. He's not going to answer the 6th time. And it happens on a daily basis. I think sometimes we beat a dead horse instead of – it's so many damn stories we can discuss, especially on this football team right now. We can ask a million questions, but they keep going back to the same one. And I get fed up and listening to it from different people. You think he don't get fed up hearing it?
Sure. And I think even with the Where's Waldo comment, I think DQ handled it well. He's like, listen, I'm not trying to come at you, but I'm not going to do this every day, every question. Mm-hmm. And I think that's fair. I think with the Terry questioning, it's been maybe once a week. And to me –
and more than once a week. But
oh,
hell yeah. And every time he talks, he's been asked that.
I don't think it's every time. But
every time he talks, Jay.
I think there's a misunderstanding of what the role is, and then, my man Ernie tweeted me right now. What did media want as an answer, especially from a rookie who was just trying to make the team?
They got the perfect answer.
That's my
he answered the question perfectly.
Yeah.
But I promise you, the people, whoever was listening for the answer was not pleased with that answer. They wanted something else to be able to go on to make that story longer. He basically shut that ass down. Okay, he shut it down with an intelligent answer.
DQ or Bill?
No, Bill did.
I thought he nailed it.
He nailed it and shut it down, but that's not what they really wanted. When we come out and we go, he nailed it. Yes, he did. But it's always something else festering that they want an extra little thing. And I like the fact he did it like that. Keep doing it like that. I used to answer the question. I talk 5 minutes. I would never answer your damn question.
Well, I don't think
I played with it.
I think there is probably at this point. So, C-Rod talked yesterday, Eckler talked yesterday, and Bill talked yesterday, right? And Eckler, I really appreciate Austin stopping because I don't think he really wanted to, and he knew what the questions were going to be about, and he was just a pro. And he's like, listen, man, we control what we can control. The NFL is a crazy league. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And that's just so accurate, right? I wasn't in on C-Rod. I was there for Eckler and Bill. I don't know that Chris was asked about it directly. I think you got to use some real tact when you ask trickier questions. Like I learned actually Mike Jones when I was like probably on my first year on the beat. This is back when Joe Barry was defensive coordinator. And this was when Odell Beckham was like at the peak of his powers. And the Skins were getting ready to play the Giants. And I think I asked like a direct question like, Odell Beckham's coming off 3 straight 100-yard games. How do you guys plan on slowing that down? And Joe B just completely sidestepped it. And credit to him. You remember Joe B would never say a player's name. He would only say their number.
Yeah.
I always thought that was funny. But like you got to learn over time like the way to try to get an answer isn't always with the most direct question. But I also think now, like, there were about 800 trades yesterday in the NFL. Sure seems like one for Brian Robinson's coming. Like, at some point, that's not a topic anymore. The Terry thing continues to linger because there have been all these, like, procedural steps along the way with where, now Terry's on the active. So where is he? I think one thing that maybe frustrate's too strong a word, but I think people need to take seriously how sincere and thoughtful and comprehensive when DQ says we have specific plans customized to every player. Like that's not BS. Like they had, like Marcus Mariota was doing individual drills yesterday. We haven't seen Mariota in a while. They have a super detailed plan for when Marcus is going to do X, when he's going to do Y,
They do, but they're not going to tell you what it is.
Right.
They're not going to tell nobody what it is.
And to the Terry situation, I don't think either of us think he really had an ankle injury. But he also hasn't practiced football in a while, and they're not just going to throw him back out there and say, all right, dude, it's a padded practice today. You're with the ones. You guys are going to get 30 snaps. Like, you got to ease into the water.
You got to ease into it, but, Jay, I've been around media a long time, and I'm going to tell you the problem I have with a lot of people in media. They write the story ahead of time, and then they want to ask you questions that will benefit the story that they just wrote. And when you don't answer it, they act like, well, I got a job to do. Well, you know what? Shouldn't have wrote the damn story before you got the answers. You know what I mean? And that's why when you hear those questions, I've mentioned to you several times where a group of the people, I listen, that one person asks a question, and then when they don't get the answer, the next person come back and ask that same question in a different way. And I think people think that the people on the football side are stupid. They understand what's going on, and it happens that way. So when you constantly do it, then it becomes annoying. But if you were to come in and you ask the question and you begin to look at more than just me having a job to do, I got a story to finish. If you look at what goes on, you understand what you're picking up. They have a detailed plan for every person. And every time somebody's injured or they miss, what do? They have their little ramp-up period. You know what I mean? They do it all the time. It's no different for other person because we're ready to finish to go put our story out there that we already wrote.
Busy, busy day. Last official day of training camp here in Ashburn, B. Mitch and Finley. We're just getting warmed up. Let's talk a little B-Rob, what we think could happen today or certainly before the end of the weekend. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Adam Schefter reporting this morning that the Chiefs are sending wide receiver Sky Moore to the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers have been decimated with injuries at the wide receiver position. Brandon Ayuk is still recovering from a knee injury, Juwan Jennings dealing with a calf injury, and Jordan Watkins has a high ankle sprain. Not to mention that Demarcus Robinson is facing a 3-game suspension. So enter Moore. But then just an hour ago, Schefter reporting that another 49ers skill position player is facing an injury. Wide receiver Russell Gage, who is being counted on to replace these other injured receivers, is believed to have suffered a sprained MCL that is expected to sideline him for 7 to 10 days. This August, only score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Big Bear. Somewhere Chris Kerwin's laughing in his car. B. Mitchell Finley live, Ashburn, Virginia. Final day of training camp, and all of Odyssey Sports training camp coverage is brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save, get more with Geico. B, what do you think has been the most positive development? I think we've been out here a month. I think we came out here July 21st or something. Mm-hmm. What do you think has been the most positive development since we've been out here?
You mean specifically about football, or?
If you got something else, I'm
going with the O-line, D-line. They invested in big boys because they knew they had to get better. And I think just watching the game last week, without all of the people that they invested in available, they look way better. They look better than they did last year in a short period of time. And I'm only looking forward to even better. I can take it to another position. The cornerback, the defensive back room, looks drastically better. They still have to play, but it looks better to me right now.
I think those are both real positives we've seen. Mm-hmm. I think the O-line specifically, the work we saw them get in New England, when I think a lot of people didn't have the vantage point we had, and watching Tunsil just toss dudes around.
Yep.
We had Baldinger on yesterday, and he said Tunsil might not be the best left tackle in football, but he's among them. And the knock on Tunsil's penalties, and even in in that work in New England, he did get flagged. Mm-hmm. But I think the way Tunsil has played, the way Connerly has come on, I think Wiley played well last year and has been just a dog this camp. Mm-hmm. I'm really excited about the O-line. I'm really excited about their ability to run the football. I think, the Bill story was nothing but fun until we realized it probably meant the departure of Brian Robinson. And I like B-Rob just as a human, and I want him to land in a good spot. But watching a 7th-round rookie running back come in and be that impressive has been pretty darn cool. I also think seeing these big guys, seeing Jacob Martin against Cincy, I thought was really encouraging. Mm-hmm. I think we know Kinlaw, Wise, there's a body of work there.
Remember I kept talking about Martin?
Yeah, you liked him as
the whole offseason. I went and then you look at him and you, now that we have Von Miller, go look at some of Von Miller's pass rush moves.
I mean, it's crazy.
He's damn near on the ground when he's going around the edge. And guess what? That 6'5", 6'6" offensive lineman can't get that low and still have power. And this dude, Jacob Martin, had a lot of that with him. I didn't know if he'll be good or what, but I just saw something that caught my attention.
That bend, baby. Yep. You got to have that bend. I saw an interesting tweet from Rossini this morning So we saw a bunch of trades yesterday in the NFL, a bunch of them. All kind of similar depth pieces that probably weren't going to make a roster get traded for late picks. Just running through. There were 4 trades in the NFL yesterday. The Chiefs traded Sky Moore and a 7th to the 49ers for a 6th. Sky Moore, there was a lot of excitement about him. He's really done very little in the NFL. And that nets you a 6th. Broncos trade Devon Vele to the Saints for a 4th and a 7th. I think people were pretty stunned by the compensation that New Orleans gave up for Devon Vele. I don't know. What's your text thread from down there?
A 4th and a 7th?
Yeah. A 4th. He's a young man that had 41 catches for 475 yards last year. Now, granted, you are getting him on a rookie deal, and he was just drafted. But he was a 7th-round pick last year, and they gave up a 4th. You have 3 years of team control, though. So a lot of NFL trades are determined by the contract value, and that has some real value. Still, I think that was a fairly surprising compensation. The Vikings traded defensive tackle Harrison Phillips and a 7th to the Jets for 2 6s. And then the Browns traded a defensive tackle, Jawan Briggs, and a 7th to the Jets for a 6th. So the Jets had some 6s to work with, and they sent 3 of them away to bring in 2 new D tackles. Clearly, the Jets didn't like their defensive tackle depth.
They didn't.
And these are the kind of moves that make sense. Basically, teams are either getting rid of guys that they don't see in their plans that didn't work out the way they expected, or they're getting rid of guys where they're deep, like that Vikings D-line, really deep. So trading away one of their guys makes a lot of sense.
Deep, or they just basically look at the fact like, okay, this is going to be a problem. We're not going to sign this person later on. Let's see if we can get something from him.
Right.
And you get multiple 6s and 7s and things like that. You know what? That's assets to make moves later.
So Rossini tweeted out this morning, sources, teams making calls in search of running back additions include the Saints, Browns, and Chiefs. We've kind of talked about this. I think the Browns or the Chiefs would make a lot of sense for Brian Robinson.
The Chiefs would be a great move for him. Andy.
Sure. And as much as people love Pacheco out there, he has missed some time. I think Miami remains a real option for Brian Robinson. The fact that Sky Moore, who's had really light NFL production, was able to net back, a late round pick. Sky Moore is going into the last year of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a catch last year. His best season was his rookie year when he had 250 yards receiving. I mean, just not a guy that's done a heck of a lot. He did have some playoff success when they won the Super Bowl back in his rookie season. But Brian Robinson has proven a much higher level of play than that through 3 years. Granted, running backs, whether it's fair or not, are not graded on the same caliber as other players in the NFL. But Sky Moore in 2 seasons in 3 seasons of the NFL has fewer than 500 receiving yards, and they moved him in a 7th for a 6th. I think there's probably if you're an NFL team and you like Brian Robinson, but you also know he's not in the plans here, like he's not going to be here. That's become incredibly obvious. Are you trading for him? Or are you just waiting it out?
Well, if you like him and you had a grade on him when he was coming out and you really think he can help your team out, you go and trade for him. Because if all it takes is one more team to get involved and then you say, well, I'll wait till you get released, well, you may not be able to get to him when he get released. So it comes down to that aspect too. Like the person, you can they're going to release him. And you know that. but you don't know if you're going to be the person to be able to sign it.
Totally.
So you go trade. You try to make a trade, and there may be another group that can't give up that the same aspect. I mean, the asset you'll give up. You got to make the move for how you think it'll work for you, best for you.
If you think he's a guy that helps you right away, and he's a guy it's plug and play within minutes, like, okay, he's the perfect 1B running back for us, and it costs you a sixth, hell yeah, rather than risk losing him in free agency. Mm-hmm. So I do think there's a market there. I think we got to just kind of watch it unfold. Clearly around the league, the phones are heating up.
I think when we watch the way things have moved here and how people move here, there are other GMs that they look, I got somebody to help me today. I'll give up this 5th round pick, this 6th round. It don't make a difference to me. A lot of people put so much emphasis on the actual pick, 5th rounder, 4th rounder. If I got a player that's already has produced, and I feel that my toolage, my stuff is going to help him better, give a damn about the draft pick. I got a guy who's almost a finished product here. I'm not, because I could go draft another guy in the 4th round, 5th round, 6th round. Guess what? He could come in here with multiple problems already.
Dude, Shane Steichen is playing Daniel Jones ahead of Anthony Richardson because he needs to win. He's not worried about that. What was AR, the 4th overall pick? Whenever that was, 3 years ago. One dude I'm amazed by is how Chris Ballard, the GM out there, just continues to keep his job. Maybe that'll change now. Maybe he was tight with Irsay, and Irsay has passed. Maybe that'll kind of maybe there'll be some changes there now. I don't know, but that's a big swing and a miss with the 4th overall pick. And clearly the organization is okay with moving forward in a different manner because they don't get to make that call that Danny Dimes is your QB1 unless everybody's on board with it.
Hell yeah.
I mean, that thing doesn't make sense.
But then again, if you have been watching Anthony Richardson play, you can make it down that he probably not the one. So let's see if this other guy can try and be something in a different place.
You imagine a true QB1 subbing himself out because he's tired?
That right there.
You remember when Jaden was passing, barely could catch his breath at the end of the Atlanta game?
Yeah.
You think that dude would ever come out of the game?
But what I'm saying is that one move right there may be the one thing that made everybody lose favor with him. He fell out of favor because a guy that said, I'm tired, in a quarterback in the game?
Tired, dog.
That right there doesn't go over. Now, you get injured, yes. Okay, we understand that stuff. You may get the bell rung, but I'm tired. Normally, the starter automatically knows if I leave this game, my backup is not going to help the team like I could. 70, like I would always say in college, 70% of me is better than 100% of everybody else backing me up.
Sorry, man.
And I stayed in the game. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, listen, man.
Doug, you're also the quarterback. I understand you just broke a long run. So check into a run play and just hand it off and catch your breath.
Yeah.
Opening the phones at 11. Who's been the best? Who's had the best training camp for these Commanders? Want your calls. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
check with him and tell him I'll try it. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. All right, peace.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fam. I don't know if I'm missing the boat on this, B. But I dropped this in the text thread this morning because I've now heard it from a couple different people. Troy Halliburton, who I think is like a local D.C. guy, wrote something this morning that made it to my eyes.
The thing on
The unassailable case for why John Wall's number 2 should be retired by the Wizards. I love John Wall. I shared an Instagram story last night. There was a really cool video that I think the NBA put together of John Wall, like highlights and just how electric he was as a playmaker. I can't get there. Can you? Retiring his jersey?
No, like retiring jerseys is normally when you did some amazing thing. And hell, Rod Strickland was here shorter and probably was as effective. I mean, I understand he was a first-round pick, and he came in and he did the Dougie. But when you put it about the basketball prowess and what he accomplished on the court, no.
Maybe I'm asking this. Have they retired 0?
No.
You can't retire 2 without 0. And I'm not sure you should retire 0 either. Like, I think because the Wiz have had this significant dearth of success, right? Like, I think the organization's never won 50 games, or at least never in my lifetime. Maybe in the Wes Unseld days. I know they won a title in '79. Like, I'm aware of that. But I'm about to turn 44 years old in a couple weeks. Like, the best I've ever seen the Wiz do is win a first-round playoff series.
Jay.
Like, I understand there's not a ton of success, and we want to be excited about what we've seen, but we also got to understand what qualifies for the rafters.
Yeah. And I think that's the whole thing. Like today, because more eyes see stuff, they automatically assume it was great. When ultimately you just got to compare it to the others. Compare it to the numbers. And nah, I don't see that one.
I think basketball – now, the Basketball Hall of Fame is by far the easiest to get into, and they consider everything like college, international play, NBA, and that's cool, man. Do it. And I think basketball, the fact that the Los Angeles Lakers, with the incredible pedigree and championship caliber that organization has, put a banner up for this new in-season tournament, like, give me a break, dude. Like, if you want to acknowledge that somewhere, cool, and maybe 20 years from now that thing will matter in a different manner. But, like, too many banners going on. We all need to relax.
The Lakers won championships. I'm talking about real championships.
Right.
You don't have to put that much emphasis on that. That's not the same thing.
No. I love John. I'm really excited. He's really good on TV. I think that'll be very cool. I think we all got to chill out.
Hey, man, people like to have the people that they saw and in their era to go into places. I don't see it. I don't see that one at all.
All right. Bills head coach Sean McDermott announces Josh Allen will not play Saturday in the preseason finale against the Bucs. I don't think that should be a surprise. First time in his career, Josh Allen did not play in the preseason at all.
Oh, he hadn't played? Well, maybe he'll start off slow this year.
Did Lamar play for the Ravens at all?
I don't know. But I'm saying Joe Burrow said he wanted to play this year because they always started slow. Maybe Josh Allen starts slow this year. You never know.
Mahomes has always played.
See, the thing about it, to me, and I mentioned this, it's not about people getting ready for football today. It's about, I don't want them to get hurt. You can get hurt or first play of the first regular season game. But I guarantee normally if you can go through some stuff, you get better accustomed to getting hit and rolling with the punches and stuff like that.
When we return, let's talk training camp as things wrap up today. Who's had the most impressive training camp? Who's been the best rookie, best free agent signing, best veteran? What's looked better, the offense or the defense? We'll open these phone lines up. We'll let you guys chime in. 800-636-1067. Going to ask the questions to the boys in the aquarium. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitchell Finley.
You baby. was a pilot, 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they rep it hard.
This was is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers plan to activate wide receiver Chris Godwin and left tackle Christian Works off the active, physically unable to perform list and replace them on their 53-man roster to start the season. But it remains unclear whether or not these star players will be available to play in games anytime soon. Godwin and Works both have been sidelined throughout the preseason and during camp, being placed on the PUP list last month. If either player were to start the regular season, though, on the physically unable to perform list, they would be required to miss at least 4 games and would not be allowed to participate in team practices, which is exactly what the Buccaneers do not want. So they're going to make the 53-man roster. And The Athletics' Diana Rossini is reporting that the Saints are among several teams going around in search of help at running back. Rossini added in a tweet that the Cleveland Browns and the Kansas City Chiefs are also moving. So who could be on their radar? Well, the obvious choice is Brian Robinson Jr. Robinson put up career numbers last season with 799 rushing yards and 8 touchdown runs. Robinson was held out of Washington's last preseason game due to ongoing trade interest from other teams. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Club Med Cap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann.
Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they rep it hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, for sure.
Might have to get Amelia Draper on the phone. Figure out if it's going to warm up in Ashburn today in this tent.
76.
Power came on and all the fans were on, and me and B were like, we don't need those fans today.
Not today.
Not today. No, not today. That's what that bunker did to me on 16 at Navy. Straight up to Kembe. I swear that thing jumped up out of nowhere. Today's the last official day of training camp. And so it got me thinking, maybe give out some training camp awards. Let me be clear. Training camp awards have no monetary or societal value.
Yeah, I thought you said you would give everybody $1,000 that you choose.
Nah, I did not say that. Just to be crystal clear, I did not say that. But I want to run through kind of what I've thought, and then B, and Jeff's been out here enough. I'm curious his thoughts. There's a lot of kind of different categories. But the dude that has impressed me most, that I didn't know what we'd get, Debo's been phenomenal. Yep. I thought Debo has looked great. Like just an all-effort guy. Mm-hmm. Any conversation about his weight, and his weight was a factor last year. He said it. He got sick. I think it really screwed up his season. He seems focused, driven. He's going into a contract year. Like, I think Debo in Cliff Kingsbury's offense, like there is a lot to like there. Mm-hmm. I have just been super impressed by Debo. You want me to keep going with my list, or do you want?
Go ahead.
All right. My best rookie in camp. I know a lot of folks are going to want to say Bill, and Bill's been good, and I think Connerly over the last 2-3 weeks has been really good.
Yep.
But the dude that showed up, and Lane has been really good. Now, Lane is starting to show more and more offensively now, right? But the dude that showed up day one, clearly an NFL player, was Trey Amos.
2-3, baby.
Dude, like just day one, that's a starting outside corner in the NFL.
He's ready to rock.
And I'm not knocking anybody else, but like He's been fantastic. I hate that he didn't get to play against the Bengals, but he was out there yesterday. Assuming he's going today in what we expect to be a relatively high-energy practice, I'm excited to see that because you hate to hear the word hamstring.
I hope high-energy practice is going to be like it because I don't know what's going on in the bubble right now.
It is interesting. There's something going on.
There's high energy going on already.
It's loud in that bubble.
Damn.
Best free agent addition, you could take this a zillion different ways because I think Kinlaw's looked good. I think there have been various players that have looked good that were free agent additions. But I think Dietrich Wise has looked really good. And he's got that veteran presence to him. He made the play against Burrow.
You watch him walking around, you go, okay, who is this dude? He go on the football field. Dude can play football.
He's got a funny gait.
Yeah, he walks like Lurch. I'm not talking about Lurch on the Junkies. I'm talking about the Lurch you saw on TV.
Right.
You rang that guy. That's how he walks.
I like when you do the Lurch impression.
I'm being real. But I saw him walking, and I was like, who the hell is this dude there? And that's Wise. And he got on the football field. Dude moves on the field. He's strong as hell, too.
Totally.
Yeah.
Now, apparently Jeff's cousin said this first, so we'll credit him just in case he's listening. I've been saying this for some time, but you never know. In the content game is a dirty business, right? I've thought Quan has been great. I thought he was really good in the playoff run last year, playing with hurt shoulders.
Outstanding.
I think actually making the Pro Bowl is usually a year after you play at a Pro Bowl level. I think Quan could really break out this year. They have so many primetime games, so many opportunities.
If you're talking to Quan's dad and you mention that if he keeps playing like this, he could be in a Pro Bowl. Because I want to know if I got to give somebody credit because I told Quan dad this last year. So if I got to
maybe Jeff's cousin has to credit you.
If I got to give credit to somebody, let me know because I don't know how the content game works. Because I can't stand the goddamn content game because it's always about the game instead of the game.
Right.
So I don't know. Should I have to say something?
I don't know. It's up to you.
I know I was talking to Quan's dad when he called me on my phone, so we were talking together. So I don't know if somebody was listening and went out and started saying stuff. So you got to give credit to people.
Shout out to Jeff's cousin. And then I don't know what this category is. I have said this throughout camp. Like when I would go do an interview for another show or something, people are always like, oh, who's catching your eye during camp? And there are players. Amos, Bill, Jalen Lane.
Who's catching your eye? Ooh.
People are catching my eye lots of places. But there's one dude where your entire being gravitates towards. There's one dude with an undeniable gravitational pull, and it's Jaden Daniels.
Totally.
So, I just wrote best Jaden. That's the category I got. I think you and I might have different answers for most impressive, best rookie, all the other things, but you have a different answer for best.
No,
not
at all.
He is the dude, and it's just
that dude.
So clear he is the dude.
Yep.
And I find that when you've got a dude like that, different ball game, man. Different ball game. All right, B. So we'll go through the superlatives. We're going to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I know a lot of fans were out here for a whole bunch of practices. Obviously, people have opinions on best rookie, who's a Pro Bowler this season that hasn't maybe had that level of shine on them. But, Brian Mitchell, for you, who has been most impressive during training camp?
Most impressive?
This is not – best is its own category.
Best is its own. Okay, most impressive.
And I kind of think, maybe a dude you didn't know what to think going in.
I'm being honest with you. The most impressive I've seen during training camp has been Jalen Lane for me because he came in as a guy that I say, okay, he's going to be the return guy, but every day he was making a play deep. And what I like seeing about that is a young guy who comes in and you have a notion of we're going to use him here. He basically said, no. You have to try me somewhere else too. And he began to make those plays, and then you start seeing him getting more opportunities. Other people are expecting him to play too. So I normally put that to like a little rookie, Go with
so
a rookie.
So you're giving him most impressive and best rookie?
Now I'm going to give him most impressive because the big plays I wasn't expecting those. I expected the return aspect, but I didn't expect the offensive stuff. So I'll give him that. The best rookie I'm going to go with my man Trey.
Okay, Amos also. He's been fantastic, and that's not taking anything away. Clearly,
That's not taking anything away. But listen, and we don't have to put that caveat.
Yeah,
you got a right to give somebody else best without. You're not necessarily knocking the other person.
Totally.
If people don't understand that, that's their damn problem.
Totally. Who is your best free agent addition? It's tricky because, like,
it is, but I've been watching Jones and Harris both, and I can see why they went to get both of those guys.
just vets.
They may not be like the jump off the page, but they don't make mistakes. You know, they remind me of people like, I'm going to name two names, and it's going to be old school fans of the team going to have to remember these. Ron Middleton and Terry Orr.
Touchdown, Terry Orr.
When you saw them on the football field, you saw them walking to the field, you're like, who is this? But when they got on the field, you never said, oh, man, look at that. But you never, ever said, damn, he blew that play. You get what I'm saying? They always did what they were supposed to do. And if you always do what you're supposed to do consistently, you may not be the greatest, but you're damn sure one that's needed. And I've looked at both of those guys in that way, so I like both of them.
Okay, I like that. 2025 Pro Bowler.
2025 Pro Bowler. Other than Jaden?
Jaden's already in the best category.
Other than Jaden? Oh, man. 2025 Pro Bowler. I'm going to go in a spot you probably wouldn't even suspect it.
Okay.
Coleman.
Ooh, Brandon
At guard.
Coleman. He was back out there yesterday.
At guard.
That was a walkthrough.
Because I believe his athleticism is going to help him more down there at guard than it did outside.
I like that. And best?
The best we already
5.
said. I mean, you can't. If anybody else has someone that's best other than him,
You're nuts.
they need to go pee in the cup and get it tested to see what's going on.
All right, our guy Jeff Walker was out here a lot, made a lot of good content.
Jeff did a good job.
Jeff,
man.
you did a good job at camp this year. So we're going to let you answer all the questions, and then we're going to open the phone lines up for folks that want to weigh in. Jeffrey, who was your most impressive?
I gotta agree with you on the Debo thing, JP, for most impressive. A lot of things when I came out there, I was like, okay, let's see if Debo got as big as everyone said he was. No, the way he moved, the way he catch the ball, the routes he's been running, and how he's just been building that chemistry with Jaden, I love it. Best rookie, I got to go with Jalen Lane, man. I like the flashes I've been seeing from him as well, especially with that catch he made in the game last Monday. Best free agent, I just got to say Von Miller. I'm going to take Von. I just like the way he moved. I think he's going to be a problem this year.
That's a good one.
2025 Pro Bowler. I'm going to say Laramie Tunsil. I like the way Laramie is looking at that left tackle position. All the people that said he wasn't a leader and all this stuff when he was in Houston, I've seen the complete opposite of that in Washington. Best, of course, is JD5, man. It seems like he is not. It seems like he is not taking a step back at all.
He's taking a step forward.
Yeah,
and I think like the conversation around, like, I'm not sure he can. Like, people are so convinced on regression and like the fourth downs won't be the same. I don't feel it that way. I don't see it that way. Mm-hmm. I think he's one of the best players in the NFL.
Oh,
Jaden.
You don't have to think.
Like,
what you can drop think now. That's already been proven. Didn't they just name the top 100?
dude, they haven't named him yet, and they're up to like 23. I think.
They haven't named him yet.
No.
He's probably top 10.
Right.
So we already know he is.
We know he's at least top 23.
If other people on our team have already been named and he hasn't been, he's coming in the top 10. So, yes, he is one of the best in the league. I'm not going to say think. I know.
Good call, Jeff, on Tunsil being a Pro Bowler because –
But see, the thing of it, and I think Jeff hit it like we normally do. We normally go with someone that hasn't been to the Pro Bowl yet. This dude's been to the Pro Bowl.
Right.
But, hell, the fact that you question him and he's going to be able to go back to the Pro Bowl says a lot.
And the Von Miller one is a really good one, too. Von Miller is somebody that's been
Everywhere,
and we haven't seen him in games, but he looks good. He looks quite good in practice. And I think Von Miller's the kind of guy we'll know when we see it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's who he is. Want to hit up these phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Who do you think wins your training camp superlatives? All right? Best rookie, best free agent fit, best, most impressive, just overall best. Who has been the best? You don't have to have been here. You guys have all been watching clips. You've been reading. You've been listening to us, listening to Grant, listening to the Junks. Like, whatever your opinions are, this is your chance. Training camp's over today, dude. We think we're going to see an awesome practice later, but it sure as hell sounds like they're having a practice right now, so I don't know what we're going to see later. And while I've got you, be sure you listen at 12:45. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn is going to join us.
Yeah.
Could we ask DQ who's impressed him most during camp?
Hell yeah.
I'd be really curious his answer.
I mean, all right, over under 3 or 4 people. 4.5.
Yeah, dude.
Over under.
There's going to be some names. You know a dude that's really impressed me? Andrew Wiley.
Yes. Moving around, doing all the stuff. But look, listen, man.
Just a pro.
Like Ray Brown would always say that. Ray, he never said he's a professional. He always said, man, that dude's a pro. This dude right here it's possible he's going to be backing up. Okay? He's going to be a backup this year instead of a starter. He may start
Especially
off,
if Cosby
he may
comes
start
back.
off
Right.
as a starter. But all he's done was play every position they asked him to get in. And I think DQ discussed this yesterday about him. He's done everything they asked him to do, and at a high level. Didn't complain about it at all. Just kept moving forward.
Dude, I don't know. I'm guessing with the delay, this dude hasn't heard this yet.
Who?
I just got a tweet from C-Dub 1906. He said, can I submit my vote for Andrew Wiley as most impressive?
Wow.
Dude catches so much heat, but he's been balling, playing multiple positions this camp. He's going to be so valuable.
What's his
this
name,
season.
Andrew?
C-Dub, Curtis.
I'll trust him to see if his name was Andrew Wiley.
I think he's in the bubble. Whatever's going on in there, I think Wiley's busy.
Now, Wiley's been playing, man.
All right, your chance to weigh in training camp superlatives. Our guy Rusty in Delaware is on the line. Rusty, what do you got?
Good morning, boys. How you doing today?
We're
Doing
great,
good,
bro.
man. What's happening?
So my most impressive, I was only at camp one day, but my most impressive was Zach Ertz. I mean, what is this, his 11th training camp?
He's looked good.
To just show up every single day, and we were there. We had an end zone view when we were there, and just to watch him run his routes and, take the ball all the way to the end zone, some of the catches he was making across the middle. I mean, what is Zach, 33, 34? He doesn't look like it.
Dude, his ability to get off the line of scrimmage, I watched him closely last year. If people remember, when people would ask me for a fantasy sleeper, I said Ertz, and he went on to have a really good year. He looks quicker this year, and I'm not exaggerating. He looks quicker off the line of scrimmage this year. Good call, Rusty. Thanks, buddy. Be safe down there with that hurricane. Lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Good idea from Jeff. Who's your sleeper coming out of training camp? We're taking your calls next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th is FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So take a flyer in the MVP race, or who you think is going to be the champion of the NFL when the season comes to an end, or you can parlay your division winner dark horses. Listen, I've been naming it all week. Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, and I even threw my man Jaden Daniels into it. And whoever you're going to pick to win the Super Bowl, many people think it's going to be the Baltimore Ravens. But I think still they have to go through the Kansas City Chiefs on that side, Got the Eagles. They still have a lot of people. Will they be able to do it what they did last year again this year? Will somebody else jump up and get them? Mainly could be the Commanders. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. So visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. The 49ers wide receivers group might be cursed at this point. Russell Gage is the latest member of the position to sustain an injury. He'll miss 7 to 10 days due to an MCL issue. This news comes a day after the team acquired Kansas City Chiefs wideout Sky Moore in a trade due to injuries at the position. And Terry McLaurin, we know he's asked out of Washington, but the Commanders are not interested in moving him. The Athletic's Diana Rossini reported on the Scoop City podcast that the Commanders have not made McLaurin available to teams who have called, rather telling teams they're working on a deal here. McLaurin reportedly is seeking a deal north of $33 million a year, though Rossini reported earlier this week he's unlikely to get that kind of money. Rather, the $27 to $28 million range would be a good deal for both sides. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkid.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Kerwin, did you turn the... B. Mitch of Finley, 106.7 The Fan. That ain't the way to have fun. Good idea from one Jeff Walker. We're running through our superlatives. Training camp is over. Who's been the best? Who's been impressive? All of those things. The best is Jaden Daniels. We're not taking calls on that because that's the answer. But if you want to pick your 2025 Pro Bowler, I picked Quan Martin. B picked Brandon Coleman, which would be very cool to see. Jeff took Tunsil. Best free agent, best rookie. Who's been the most impressive? And then Jeff has a good one. A sleeper. Somebody that nobody's really talking about to come out and just have a great season. I don't know that this counts as a sleeper.
Who?
Jeremy Revo has been an absolute stud special teams
It
player.
will count as a sleeper because he hadn't been playing it.
He hasn't really gotten a lot of run with the defense.
But every time he's gotten run, he's been good.
Dude, it kind of reminds me of DeShazer Everett years back, who was always just really, really good on specials, and then never really got a lot of burn defensively, but when he did, tended to make plays. I kind of see a lot in those guys.
One thing about those guys that play specials, you know what they do? They go full speed all the time.
Dude, last year, I'm stunned at this number. Do you know how many defensive snaps Revo got last year? 4.
Wow.
I mean, so I kind of like Revo as a sleeper on the defensive side of the ball.
That is a lot of time. And coaches, and this is not a knock on coaches. Coaches come into a team, they see guys what they do, and they leave them. They typecast them at what they do. And they never look at what else they could possibly do. And that's one thing Dan always talked about, where he tried to work different things. And I think him shifting people around doing stuff, they're like, put him back there again. And they begin to see this dude here shows up. And he did that. He did that prior to them coming here. He would play whenever they put him back there. He knew what he was doing.
So we're taking your calls, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You have a sleeper, somebody that's going to make a big impact this year that maybe folks aren't expecting for the Washington Commanders. I've voiced my vote. Jeremy Reeves, he's been an absolute stud on special teams, but it sure looks like he's going to get a real opportunity as a safety in defensive packages, and I think Revo could really make some plays here. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067 is the number. You got a sleeper coming out of camp, somebody you think is going to make a big play?
Do I have a sleeper? All right, well, Football Talk on the 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can't always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Jeffrey, it was your idea, so who's your sleeper, dude?
John Bates.
Yeah, my sleeper is John Bates. I know John Bates has been making strides. He
He's
can
going to be
block.
putting people to sleep this year, I promise you.
Yeah, he can block. And to see that guy seal off 2 defenders so Bill can get that run, that's going to be the sleeper for this year. And I think it's going to if everything goes well, here go another one of Jeff Too Funny bold predictions.
Let's go.
Last time I said Cam Sims was going to get 6 touchdowns. I'm not going to put a number on it, but if John Bates continue to keep blocking like he is, I see him becoming an offensive threat as well. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of tight ends that block, they tend to get open sometimes when people least expect it for big plays. So I expect to see a little more big plays from John Bates this year.
Jeff, did you see my TikTok with John Bates?
No, I did not.
Shout out to Derek who actually put it together. But we did. I asked Bates because we had Baldy on yesterday, and Baldy posted that video of Bates taking out the 2 inside linebackers. I asked John about it, and I showed him the play on my phone, and we kind of watched it together. And he's just so humble and doesn't want to say. He's like, honestly, the inside linebacker, the second backer didn't do that good of a job of getting around me. He said, he's like, I had the first dude, and he kind of just ran into us. It was funny. I also asked Connerly about that play, the Bill Krosky Merritt touchdown run. And Connerly's like, yeah, could have been a little cleaner. I was like, a little cleaner? He wasn't touched. Like, how much cleaner can that be? And that's just how linemen are. All of them want to give credit. Connerly's like, yeah, Nick did a great job. I was like, you drove a dude 50 yards downfield, man. Like, they never want to take the credit. That's just how they're wired.
Yeah, but you
know what I'm
give
saying?
it to them.
Yeah, that's our job.
Are they going to have a problem? No. They go, hey, yo, man. I'm like, look, bro, you didn't want to do it, so why the hell? Like, they always wanted you to say, so-and-so did the block.
Right.
They want the credit. They just don't want to say nothing about it.
Landfill, you got a sleeper? Somebody you think could have a breakout season?
Yeah, I don't know that he really counts as a sleeper because he's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day, but I feel like people aren't talking enough about the fact that Von Miller's on this team. And he's going to, he was good last year when he played. They're going to play him situationally this year, and I think he's going to have a big impact.
I like that one. Let's hit these phones. 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listeners are open. Larry is in La Plata. Larry, you got a sleeper
What's
for
up,
this year?
Larry?
Yeah, I do, guys. Good morning, fellas. Trey Amos. I think, again, with Lattimore being healthy, there are some that are going to stay away from him, go after Trey Amos, and I think Amos will get plenty of opportunity to improve rapidly. I think we are going to shock the world with our cornerbacks. I know our safeties get a lot of hell, but I see Trey Amos having a breakout year.
I love that.
All right.
Thanks for the call, dude. In some ways, I almost wonder if Lattimore's a little bit of a sleeper. Like,
It could be.
it wasn't great last year. He was hurt.
Yeah.
He's been dealing with these injuries. Looks healthy. DQ, a lot
He
of
looks happy. He smiles a lot these days, boy.
Yeah,
Last year, you didn't get no smiles too much out of him.
totally, man. You got a sleeper, B?
Nah. I haven't been thinking that much for a sleeper. Jeff threw that out there. I'm like, damn, I got to work. None of my stuff just come a little easy. Sleeper. Let me think about that.
To me, the sleeper is really interesting, and there's two sides of every coin. We're talking about who's impressing us and who could break out and all these things. There are two dudes who I think fans are at least concerned about, and I think two top 100 picks last year in Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sinnott. Those are the two dudes I think who'd you like to see more out of? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you'd really like to see those dudes do more.
Yeah, the question is to see more. Who you want to see something out of? More, and give them nothing. listen, both of those guys, you see what the capabilities they have. And I said it to you earlier about Luke. Like, Luke seemed like he don't just let it go. It's like he's overthinking everything. And a lot of times when you are changing positions, that's what you do. And, yes, he changed from being a quarterback a couple of years ago, but not at this level. And I think he's still thinking about stuff. He got to just let that go because he is an athlete. And he has to just be able to say, I'm just going to go out here and be a damn athlete. And Ben has all those capabilities too. They have to stop thinking and just start reacting.
Yeah, it's the Senate thing. I think he's an able blocker. I think he hasn't been great on special teams. I think with Ertz playing at the level he's at, he's just kind of buried when it comes to being able to offensively show what he can do.
Mm-hmm.
Luke, in this training camp, opportunity was there to show out.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right? Like, you're getting a ton of work. Terry and Noah. Terry hasn't been here at all. Noah really hasn't been here much, if at all.
I got a sleeper.
Okay.
Owens.
Tyler Owens.
I started asking questions about him because, you heard all the stuff last year. Then I heard Joe Witt make a comment one day that the fastest guy on the team, and I'm like, and he said Tyler Owens. And I'm like, nah. And I talked with Jason Simmons, and the guy ran like a 10:05 100 meters.
Damn.
He was a track guy. Then he said he don't count that because it was wind-aided, so he did a 10:1 100 meters. This is high school, but then he's that big. He was that big when he was running that. They talk about him a lot, and he has already come into the conversation of those safeties over there. And I can see him having a breakout year as a special teamer as well. So I'm going to go with him.
I like that. Let's check in with our guy Quentin in Bethesda. What's up, Q? You got a sleeper for us?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing today?
Doing
Good, buddy.
man. What's happening?
I'm thinking somebody that got a lot of media press early on and then got injured. I'm going with Noah Brown to have a big year this year. I think our receiver core, he's always just been a bright spot when healthy. So I think he's definitely going to provide a great push for us this year. And I can't wait to see him. 3 receptions on my ticket every time for him.
Okay. I like it, Quentin. Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Got a good one via Twitter from Ren Gambino. He says, what is that noise? My sleeper for the season is Austin Eckler. People forget how many pop plays he made in key moments last year. I understand the concussions, but with B-Rob gone, Bill being a rookie, and C-Rod not having a bunch of in-game experience, Eckler's my guy.
All right.
Eckler has looked good. Steve on Twitter says, I've got Connerly as my sleeper. I think he more than locks down the right side. One player that really deserves a ton of credit is Chris Rodriguez. We can draw the straight line from Bill to B-Rob's departure, but C-Rod talked yesterday about one of the biggest things he's changed for his life, for his career, is his speed and his conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
He talked specifically about, I don't remember the exact numbers, but like everything is tracked for these guys in games and in practice, right? And one of the things they track is speed. Like how high of a speed do you hit? And C-Rod said, I think last year, the whole season, he maybe hit 20 miles an hour 2 or 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
He said he's done that more so far in training camp than he did all of last season. And that is a testament to work ethic. I mean, Chris got challenged last year. You got cut, signed back to the practice squad. Somebody could have signed him if they want, and that didn't happen. I thought Chris showed one thing I've known about him for a long time, just the kind of teammate he is. When Lattimore showed up, if you remember, Rodriguez just gave him his number. There was no song and dance about it. It was like, all right, you're a 2-time All-Pro corner. You wear this number. Cool. I'll get a new number.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it says a lot about who C-Rod is and kind of what he's about. We got more people chiming in, especially on social media. Coming up at noon, we're going to switch gears a little bit, talk to our friend Nick Baumgardner. Nobody go anywhere. It's Beamich and Finley. Now, before we go, we got to tell you about our friend, Mr. Paul Henry, and the great folks over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. These guys have made my house a different place. Replaced all the doors, all the windows. They made it. We used to have to hang up this curtain over the window in the kids, like our family room where my daughters play. In the winter, it was freezing, and I couldn't do anything about it because I'm an idiot. Paul Henry came in, got us new windows, bang. House is nice and cozy, man. No more weird, like, heavy curtain over this window because it was so drafty. That's the kind of work Paul can do for you in your home. He has completely transformed my home. Getting new windows and doors, it'll pay for itself over time because you're going to save money on those utility bills. Can't recommend working with Paul enough. It's like working with Family B. I know they've done a great job at your place, too.
Yep, they've done the same thing they did for you. They did them for me. And I think the thing about Paul, when he comes in, he doesn't come in and overcharge. Doesn't sit up there and try to make you pay for the most expensive things. He just sit down, find out what you're looking for, and will give you suggestions that are feasible, things that you can financially go out there and handle. And I like that about him. You know, he's not trying to go out there and make top dollar off of everybody. And, yes, he will do that for you all just like he does for JP and I. That's just the way the man is. He's not the one that's going to do it because we sit here and talk about it. He's going to do it because, you know what, he wants your business to come back. And I told you I had him come once, and I had him come back again and again and again because when someone does a great job, you want to keep them coming back to your house. So call Paul right now to get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I like what White Brian's doing in the stream in the commercial break. That picture of Little Bill. Because White Brian entertained me with that. White Brian, you got a sleeper for the Commanders coming out of camp?
I think Chris Rodriguez.
That's a good one. Dude, with all the Bill fantasy hype, I almost wonder if C-Rod's a better pick, if there's more value. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Got a few more coming in via social media. Joe Yasharoff, who we used to work with, says Bill definitely deserves a mention. Maybe biggest jump from 7th-round pick to possible starter or co-starter. Biggest disappointment so far is obvious, but 2 negatives, so we'll skip that one. I'm guessing he means just the Terry situation. I think Bill has been really good. Got this one from Mike Hall. Says, Dorrance Armstrong is my sleeper.
Uh-oh.
Came on towards the end of last year and in the playoffs when he got healthy.
Well, thus far.
I think Dorrance could be a really good candidate there. I like Jalen Holmes. Those are going to be some interesting decisions on that D-line.
You like that?
You know what? Another guy that doesn't get talked about but made a big play in the first preseason game?
Who that?
Johnny Newton. Second-year player.
Johnny is quick. I watched. I thought it was Coach Quinn working with him with a certain takeoff yesterday on the sideline, and trying to get him. He's already quick as hell, and it was showing him how he could. I guess how you sit up there. The linemen are normally sitting there waiting, and they put their hand down late, and how he could get that jump. So I like Johnny, man.
Really quick.
Yeah.
I think there's some concern about Newton in the run support. He's just a little slighter than some of these gigantic dudes they brought in.
Hey.
But if you can get after the passer, that's got a ton of value.
The thing about it, though, Aaron Donald wasn't big. But that quickness helped him get those gaps and all and help him in the run game as well. Johnny could be that type of guy. And I believe the people he had working with him will help him get there. I don't know if the people prior would have got him there.
I think Johnny's an interesting one. Big opportunity for the young man. Landfill had an interesting question for us right here, B.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think any starters are going to play Saturday against the Ravens?
I don't know. It's kind of wishful thinking. But think about it. Let's be real. Like, some of these younger dudes, you never know. They may end up being a starter. I don't know.
Well, I think that's one thing we saw. So the team released Julian Good-Jones yesterday, and they were trying to make it work at center for him, and he couldn't snap the ball in shotgun, and he got released.
It's a little high.
So, dude, like, the term starter in the NFL, there are probably 11 guys play on offense. 6 of them are true starters, right? 6 of them are guys you want to play every snap.
Offensive lineman and the quarterback.
Yes. 5 of them won't. Odds are 6 of them won't. But you'd love it in an ideal world. Defensively, last year, 2 safeties played damn near every snap.
Yeah.
In Quan and Chin. But, like, starter in the NFL, I think, is a bit of a misnomer. To me, it's more about contributors, right? Like major contributors.
Everybody helped at some point. And, like, I remember John, you always say, everybody always care about who starts the game. He said, but the people who coach put at the end of the game, the people you really trust. When game is closing out, and you need to close the game out. So those guys that you see the coach say, hey, get out on that field now. And that's normally not the main running back. It's normally your third down back. The guy who can guard that block, catch balls, run the ball, sure-handed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So is it and I wish I had known that before. I was like, to hell, we're trying to start.
Dude.
Who plays the most? Who you trust?
Like a dude, this is a guy that could be a sleeper, honestly. We haven't mentioned him in 2 hours of the program.
Who?
Deron Payne.
Yeah.
Deron Payne would widely be considered a starter, right? Deron Payne's not going to play Saturday. Deron Payne only played 68% of snaps last year. That's the most of any D lineman. Dorrance Armstrong, a guy that we consider a starter. I don't think Dorrance is going to play on Saturday. he only played 58% of snaps last year. Now, he missed some time and stuff, but, like, kind
They
of
move him around. They try to make sure they get fresh. They stay fresh.
that's kind of my point. Like, a dude like Jalen Holmes that I have been really encouraged by since he signed and made an impact. He only played 15% of snaps last year. But that's a dude that is going to contribute to your goals in 2025.
Totally.
So, like, could Jalen Holmes play Saturday? Sure.
Possibly.
So there's value in watching what he delivers on the field. You know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes, like, we get caught up in starter versus contributor, but there's 47 dudes active every week.
All of them are starters. You know why I say that? They all get paid.
Sure.
In college, at one point in time, the guys that were the big name starters, they got money, and the people that were sitting down didn't get anything. Just saying, that's we heard all the stories. We heard them all. In the NFL, everybody gets paid every week. So everybody's a damn starter.
Well, and then think about, I don't think we'll see Eckler Saturday.
Probably won't.
I don't know that we'll see C-Rod, right? But, like, Eckler made a big impact on this team, definitely lost some time, but he played about 40% of snaps. Somebody else is going to play. Last year, they started 9 different O-linemen, started 5. Dieter got a couple starts. Trent Scott got a couple starts. I'm blanking on.
I thought, what's called Chris Paul? I think he started the game or something.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if he started last. Chris Paul looked pretty darn good the other day, Monday night.
He's dense.
He's a dense fella.
Yeah, get that dense weight.
So, I mean, will starters play Saturday? I don't know. But, dude, Zach Ertz was a monster for them. I believe played in every game last year. Played 66% of snaps. So, Bates, Sennett, maybe they don't go. Maybe this is a real Lawrence Cager kind of show. But, like, there's value in what we're going to see Saturday, even if it's not fantasy player prop value that we kind of tend to equate everything to. When we come back, Nick Baumgartner will join the program. We're talking best seasons from rookie quarterbacks and what to expect for Jaden Daniels in 2025. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. For the first time in his career, Bills quarterback Josh Allen will not play in the preseason. Head coach Sean McDermott said that they are still making decisions on some of the other first-team players for the game, but Josh Allen will not play this preseason. Dolphins running back Jalen Wright walked off the practice field very slowly today with an apparent injury, a trainer following closely behind him. He was headed into the medical facility for more evaluation. No word yet on the severity of his injury or where his injury is located. Speaking of the running back position, The Athletic's Diana Rossini is reporting that the Saints, Browns, and Chiefs are among teams making calls in search of some running back additions. It does make sense that maybe these teams are reaching out to the Commanders to ask about Brian Robinson Jr. Speaking of the Commanders, they've signed veteran center Nick Harris, adding some depth and experience to their offensive line. This move comes just one day after the team released offensive lineman Julian Good-Jones. Harris was a 2020 fifth-round pick, and he's spent his entire career with the Cleveland Browns. He's known for his versatility, and he has experience playing both center and guard. There is nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, there is no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. From the Krupp MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, high noon in the District of Columbia and Ashburn, Virginia. Right now, fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our next guest, Mr. Nick Baumgardner from The Athletic, covers the NFL Draft. Nick, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time for us.
How we doing, guys?
We're doing good, man.
A couple of things I wanted to talk to you about, and one of them I thought was really interesting. I mean, you cover the draft closely, and then the NFL and college football inherently come along with that. You put together this list of the best rookie seasons of all rookie quarterbacks over the last 25 years. And, dude, was it even a surprise for you that Jaden landed at number one?
No. I mean, yes and no, I guess. I would say probably not, because I was in Detroit for that game against the Lions. I've seen him live a few times last season. Like, he was outstanding in just about every way. And, I thought Jaden Daniels was going to be good, obviously, coming into the NFL. I did not. This was more than I thought. I even underestimated his poise and all that stuff. But I think that, the one thing that I thought about going in was, C.J. Stroud had such a great rookie season just the year before, right, as a passer. And I'm like, maybe that'll just be too much, before I even really looked at the numbers. And then I started looking at it. I'm like, oh, no, Jaden was better in a number of areas. So, no, not a surprise at all. He was outstanding.
Do you see any similarities in those guys who had those great rookie years?
Yes, and I think that we just talked about a second ago, the poise, right? I think that it's all the way down. So Jaden, Stroud, Dak Prescott's rookie year, Roethlisberger, Robert Griffin III, even that year where he was able to come in and just tear people up right away there like that. So all of those guys entered whatever their situation was. Be it Jaden entered a team that was young and hadn't won much and had no problem and just went out there and played. And that's the commonality between all those guys. C.J. Stroud, same thing. There was so much talk about whether he was smart or not, right? Coming into that rookie season, he just went out and played. And all those guys showed up with confidence and poise and acted not like a rookie. And I think that that's the commonality of all of it. Like Roethlisberger took his team basically as far as Daniels did. And it was the same kind of, situation when you went back and look at his year. It's a different era of football. But if you go back and you look at the year, it's like, okay, this guy's not intimidated. He's not scared. There's nothing that's too big for him. And it was the same kind of thing when you watched Daniels last year in a more efficient and more dynamic manner.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden was just electric.
Remarkable.
It was pretty wild to watch, man.
It was weird.
Talking with Nick, it was crazy. So B and I have been out here at training camp every day doing the show from Ashburn, and we try to do some superlatives, best surprise, best rookie, all that kind of stuff. And for Jaden, we just came up with a category of best because he's just like clearly the best player out here. What do you think where this thing could go in year 2 for him?
You know, I think that it'll be a test because teams will adjust. I doubt that he'll have as hot a start or something. Maybe he will, right? I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out. But, like, I'm looking at a situation where it's like, okay, maybe he comes back to earth a little bit, right, and he adjusts a little bit, and he goes through a couple hiccups. And we've seen that a lot, too, from rookies that have had great starts. They come back the next year, they go through some hiccups, and then, again, they figure it out. So I think it'll be a test. And I think that the main thing that, I think will carry him through whatever happens, and I think Washington's gotten better, too, around him, so I think that'll certainly help as well, is his poise and just like the ability to keep him comfortable. And I think Washington's done a terrific job of that as well. The offense and everything else is a perfect fit for everything he does. You can tell he's comfortable with the whole thing. So, teams will adjust and they'll throw him some things that he hasn't seen. And I'm sure there'll be some games in here, as happens with all young quarterbacks, that don't go exactly the way you want them to go. But I think, kind of in the way that we've seen from like a Justin Herbert over the years, he just grinds through it and keeps going. And I think that that's what I expect of Jaden Daniels, and I think that the more he plays, the better he'll get, and it'll just be up to Washington at that point, I think, to continue to try to make sure that everything around him is what it needs to be as he matures into what he'll become.
As JP said, we've been here this whole time, and every day I came out here, people always say, "Man, who's impressing you? Who's showing up?"
Yeah.
And you don't like to say the guy that was there last year. You try to say the younger guys. Well, hell, he was the guy that was showing every year. He's exceeded what I expected him to come back as, and every day he showed you something new. I believe he may be that one quarterback where, like, everyone says, "Oh, they got film on you now." I say, "Well, he got film on them too."
Exactly. And I mean, like, that's why I don't want to rule anything out with him. Like, it's the same kind of, he's in that. I feel like he's on the verge of maybe being in that really elite era of guys where you don't want to rule out what's possible for them. Because, I mean, it's very possible based on the way he showed up last year in those moments. Like, the Detroit game is one that always stands out to me. I was there. I watched it. Like, and I mean, he was so good in that game in every way. And then I remember right after the game, we went in there, and I remember Dan Campbell got asked, did you expect him to play like a 30-year-old? And he cut the question off and was like, yes, absolutely. We absolutely expect him to play like this, and he still did it. And so I was like, this is different, and everything about that was different. And I think that it's hard to ignore that or just like forget that, right? So I think that that's sort of what we should expect from him going forward. I think that's probably what he expects of himself, quite honestly.
Yeah, he puts pressure on himself.
Talking with Nick Baumgartner here from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Nick Baumgartner, Baumgardner. Forgive me there. Nick, obviously you cover the entire NFL, but you also do all the NFL draft stuff. Now that we've seen these Commanders rookies through a training camp, they've all been pretty impressive to us. I think Trey Amos looks like a day one player in the NFL. I think Josh Connerly might be their starting week one right tackle. But kind of the two offensive skill position guys in Jalen Lane and then Bill Krosky-Merritt have made a really big impression. As you've been monitoring the league and you know what these rookies are coming out of school, have you been surprised by kind of what you've seen, what you've heard, or did you think all these guys had a chance right away?
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys, I would start off with, it's good to hear that Connerly, has been able to step up and kind of take. That was the one thing he's so talented, but there were some. He's a young player. He was up and down technique wise in college. You didn't quite know if he would be all the way ready yet. So that's really good news. If it looks like he's going to be ready to go right away on that one. But yeah, I thought Amos would be ready to go right out of the chute, and then Jalen Lane I thought was one of the more underrated receivers. Quite honestly, he is one of the faster, more explosive young guys. Not real big, but I think that there was a lot of guys in this last class that weren't real big that can make an impact in the league. I think he'll be a good fit for Daniels. And then you mentioned Krosky-Merritt. I was at the Shrine Bowl earlier this year. He was easily the best skill player there. And I mean, he went in the 7th round. I thought that was low for him. I thought that was a really nice pickup. And normally these 7th round picks, a lot of times anymore, it's like it's a complete dart throw, especially in today's game where with NIL, a lot of the really good young players, they stay in college. So there's not, once you get past like round 5, it really becomes a tricky one. So to get a guy like that in round 7, I think that could be a really nice pickup.
Certainly, man. And then I want to zoom out kind of around the league and see. I know you're there in Detroit watching those guys. What do you expect from the Lions as it's been a year of big turnover? They've really built a program and a culture, but now they've got to do it all with new coordinators. Kind of everything has changed there. What has been the vibe at Lions camp?
Well, that's the weird part about it. I think in some ways is that it doesn't feel like much has changed. It's like a lot has changed. A lot of guys are in new faces, or I guess in some ways in new places, but they are familiar faces. Like Kelvin Shepard was Aaron Glenn's kind of like understudy, last year. And it really feels like defensively when you go out there that not much has changed. It's kind of the similar vibe. They're running the same stuff. They're doing some things a little bit differently and what have you, but it's pretty much the same. And then offensively, John Morton was here with Goff and Ben Johnson when they built the offense for the first, I think, 2 years of it. So they're very familiar with each other, too. So it really, I think the Lions have, like you said, they did a nice job of building a program, and I think that this year's one of those years where they hope to sort of prove that. And I think a lot of them have heard, a lot of people expect them to take a step back this year, and I think that's fair. I think that there's going to be some rocky moments maybe early in the year because it has looked smooth so far, but you never know until you get out there. So I don't think it'll be as smooth as it was last year, but I think by the end of the year they'll be a team, if they're healthy, that I wouldn't want to play. And I think that that's what they're trying to prove, that they're a consistent team that can be in this conversation every year for the next couple. And so far I think they're on their way to that.
Does Dan Campbell still being there kind of make it a little easier? Because if you look at that whole team and how they acted, that's him.
That's all him. I mean, that's what it was. I mean, that was one thing that, early on in the Campbell era, there was a question because Aaron Glenn is so intense, right? So a lot of people, like maybe it's him, maybe it's AG, but it's like over time, even before he left, it was like, no, it's all Dan Campbell. I mean, he's got the whole team. They love him. It's his program. It's his operation. And the other thing I say to people all the time, being here and being around the team a lot, like he's so much more involved with that offense in terms of X's and O's than he'll ever take credit for or ever, he just was always, it's all Ben's idea, everything else. So he's a very smart coach too. He just likes people to think he's dumb.
He's more than just biting them at kneecaps.
Yeah, he's a sneaky guy. Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to ask one specifically about this kid, Isaac Tesla in Detroit, rookie receiver. What did you know about him coming into camp, just watching his Arkansas tape, and how good has he really looked?
He was one of those guys that when you watched him work out and then you watched him at the Senior Bowl and then you went back and you looked at what he did at Arkansas, you were like, this isn't adding up because his workouts were outstanding. He's an elite athlete. He's a top level, near perfect score on the relative athletic, the whole thing with his size and everything else at 6'4". Was a former quarterback that just recently transitioned to receiver, but like they didn't know what they had, I don't think, at Arkansas. This guy has been very good for them. He's flashed he flashed a little bit of the Puka vibes at the Senior Bowl, and I think the Lions fell in love with that. And he has been right out there with the starters with St. Brown and Jamison Williams for most of training camp, and Tim Patrick, and has been very good. So I think that he'll be a player for them this year. I think they might have found a guy.
Now, are the good people of the Motor City, Ford, Chevy, GM, are they ready to embrace a Tesla?
I think they're going to have to they're going to have to because he's a Michigan guy also now. I mean, he grew up a Lions fan, so it's like perfect,
that's cool.
So it's like a perfect. They love him. So every time he comes on the field, he's like the hometown hero now at this point. Him and Aiden Hutchinson. There you go. So everyone's all happy. But yeah, he's been good so far for sure.
Oh, Tess.
Talking with Nick Baumgartner here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Dude, one team I'm really curious about, I think the Kansas City Chiefs have established a level of dominance that's really, really hard to replicate in the modern NFL. But I think Denver could push them. What do you think about the Broncos?
Yeah, they. I was just looking at their stuff the other day, actually, with the draft picks. And how the guys did last year, and then also some of the guys that they have in here right now. Yeah, I really like a lot of what they've been able to do in short order. I think Sean Payton's done a really good job of getting guys in there that are just like perfect fits for what he's all about. And I think Bo Nix has really overperformed in what I thought he would do as well. So I'm excited to see him in year 2, but I'm really excited to see that whole offense now that he's been there for a little bit. He's got the guys that he wants in the right spots all over the place. You can tell he's excited about it. They have a lot of good young talent, and I think that they were a team last year that probably surprised some people to a degree, but like they've been competitive for a minute now, and they were just like a couple pieces away, it felt like, for a couple years, and I feel like they maybe they found them. I don't know, but like I'm excited to see how that goes, because I think they could be a team that kind of takes a jump this year, and it's maybe super competitive, maybe more competitive than people think, again this year, which would be good for them.
Last thing for me, week 1 is not far away now. We all have to get through the slog of this final preseason game, but Commanders take on the Giants in week 1. And, I think the Giants last year had a pretty good draft. The quarterback position was really undid them. This year they add a lot. You had Russ, you had Jameis, you draft Jackson Dart, Abdul Carter, when he's not tweeting nonsense, seems like he could be a really good football player. What do you think of the Giants? And they're obviously desperate to turn things around up there.
Yeah, they are a tough one, because it's like it really did feel like the quarterback position has just been, just more than anybody else, has been just completely handicapping them on every level. Like Brian Daboll hasn't even, and he's a quarterback guy, and he hasn't even had a quarterback worth a damn to work with, really at this point, except for now they've got Jackson Dart, though we'll see what happens with that. But you're right, they have drafted well. They've brought guys in here that can play. They have talent on that team. If they can get, be it Russ or be it Jackson Dart, if he's just too good to ignore when camp ends for them, if they can get something relatively consistent there, I feel like the offensive line, they've drafted well enough that those guys are improving. But more than anything, defensively, I feel like they've got a lot of guys defensively that they could be sneaky good. And people forget, like, it wasn't that long ago, Daboll's first year, they made the playoffs. They surprised everybody. They played really well. Like, the roster's changed a lot since then, obviously. But I think that there's a lot of sort of hidden ability there. And it's a high-pressure year, obviously, for them. They got to win, obviously. If it doesn't go well and they have to, circle the wagons midway through the year, then it's not, they're not going to be here. So it's kind of now or never for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're better than people kind of expect. I know most people think they'll be pretty terrible, but it's kind of a fine line there. The quarterback is kind of everything, and I don't really trust Russell Wilson at this age. And Jackson Dart's been really good, but he's also a rookie, so we'll see.
Nick, we really appreciate your time, brother, and look forward to catching up with you in the season.
Absolutely. Take care.
All right,
man.
Nick
Take care.
Baumgartner. Read his work in The Athletic. Give him a follow at Nick Baumgartner, BAUMGARDNER. Before we run, got to tell you about our friends over at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I rolled over here this morning in my 4Runner from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. B rolled over here in his Kia E9.
Upsetting all the sports cars.
From Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Actually, I rode with B to Navy Golf Course on Tuesday in his E9. He's like, watch this. And he put it in sport mode. That joint could go.
Yeah.
I know people think the electrics might not have the power. They got all the power, dude.
Everything you want.
And you know who else has everything you want? Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They got all the best-selling brands: Toyotas, Kias, Fords, Lincolns, Chryslers, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Jeep. In addition to the unmatched selection, they've got great quality certified used vehicles, and perhaps most importantly right now, great financing. But the thing that sets them apart, the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
And that comes with every vehicle that they sell. They back it with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner car with every major maintenance, and they give you that lifetime engine guarantee. And there's also great news going on at Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, Oarsman will pay up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To Beyond satisfies Oarsman customers, so let's ride together.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, for sure. Let's go. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you
This
that
Explosive
we
Data
got
brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. Bills head coach Sean McDermott told reporters that quarterback Josh Allen will not play in the team's preseason finale against the Buccaneers on Saturday night. This is the first time in Allen's now 8-year pro career that he will not play in a single preseason game ahead of the regular season. Speaking of that game, Bucs head coach Todd Bowles said that none of his starters will be playing on Saturday. And Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is not practicing today after he left practice early yesterday. So yesterday, Jackson left the field and headed to the team's facility with medical staff with about 40 minutes left. A team spokesman, though, said Jackson had his foot stepped on and was fine, but no practice for him today. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Cloud Nightcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McMahon.
Truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keeps.
All right, be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live out here from training camp at BigBear.ai training facility. Dan Quinn right now is talking to the media, but he'll be right here, sitting in this chair next to JP and I, coming up in a few minutes. And make sure you be here locked in to 106.7 The Fan. Be Mr. Philly.
Fired up to talk to DQ in a minute. He's going to speak to the media in just a moment, which should be interesting. I think
find out what the hell was going on in that bubble over there. That's what we need to know.
Right. Yeah, that was interesting. You know what's funny, man, is how much everything has changed for DQ this year compared to last year. Fans were so up in arms and concerned and confused, and what they say what I had heard he was as like a leader and kind of just this veteran coach. He has proven to be that and more. I think there's so much excitement for this season, dude, and I think he hits all the right notes.
I think his whole demeanor helps it out. He's just like his quarterback. He doesn't seem to ever get overwhelmed by anything.
So here's the plan. For the entire next half hour, you're going to hear from Dan Quinn. We're going to play his media session with everybody here. We might break out of that a little early because we want to be able to lock in Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, set to sit down with us at 12:45. Should be really cool to get to just kind of chat with Coach. And, B, I'm curious if you agree with this. One of the things that I find most impressive, I've covered a lot of coaches. DQ has this, like, generosity of spirit where when he engages with you, it's sincere. Like, when he talks to the media, he's going to give you real answers. And when he's not, he's going to tell you why not. A lot of times it's just kind of perfunctory and they have to go through it. He tries to take things the right way and the real way. Here is Dan Quinn addressing the media.
All right, what's happening, everybody? All right. Last training camp practice in a lot of ways. But over the last month, a couple things that came to mind as I was driving in thinking. I really appreciated the fans that came to see us over the last month. For the players, I thought the new parts of the facility was really effective for them. And knowing from locker room to training room to the things that, they needed, like tip my cap to Josh on that to make sure he provided that. And I thought just from a team standpoint, I haven't shared it with the players yet, but I thought they put a lot of work against each other. I thought this would be a competitive camp based on the roster that was coming in and going against each other to level it up to go. So I was pleased with that. We have a unique practice format today, so I'm glad you guys are here to watch. We have the NFL officials here, and we're also going to work a ton of situations today. It's really, you've heard us talk like winning time moments and how we do that. Just for an example, last season alone, we had 13 one-score games. We had around 20 or so, maybe 20 plus, 2-minute at the end of the halves, 17 or 18 2-minutes at the end of the game, counting either an offense or a defense. And so today you'll see us compete against ourselves, go against the clock, work different scenarios, and really try to pressure test ourselves to see, can that threshold be even lower? Can you get on the ball that much quicker? And so I'm kind of pumped to give that a go. This is the first time I'll be doing that with an entire NFL officiating crew and working these situations and the clock. So we do them at joint practices, but to have everybody here for one of just our practices, it's pretty cool. So we're going to really lean into that hard today in preparation really for the year to pressure test ourselves. Can we even get sharper? It's such a big part of what we do. We have a lot of confidence in those spaces, so let's test ourselves a little further today. All that said, get rocking with you guys. Sure, what do you want to discuss? So many topics. Yeah, that's a veteran right there. It's not his first rodeo. That for sure, and we've really added into the line too, John. And so we wanted to dig in to say what are some of the most effective things, from the line in terms of how we would use guys, which guys can pull and trap and do that. So adding some of the gap schemes to what we've done has been a big deal. And so we haven't had everybody all together, doing it all the time, but I'm pleased with the progress we're making. And you're right, when you do add Jaden into it, now it can be defending all 11, a good bit of the time. And so that definitely changes the math, from the defensive standpoint. But I think it's all around. I'm seeing the physicality of the receivers, downfield blocking. So by no means are we there all the way, but it does take a while to develop that, and I like where we're headed. Yes, let's talk with Noah. He's also kind of like pushing past the rehab portion of the strength side, and now like on the return to play, the accelerations, the decel. So yeah, he's close as well. And as he's targeting through this week and into next week, the arrow is certainly pointing really up for him, and we're pleased with where he's at. So yeah, good signs with Noah too.
if you haven't already, the Brian Robinson issue situation. How do you counsel a guy like Bill Krosky Merritt? Because, you know, if B-Rob moves on, obviously he's going to be one of these bell cows.
You know, you're right that, like you guys have seen it even over the last couple of days, a lot of moving parts this year with the NFL. Well, not this year, every year around this time. As far as down the line, I really haven't gone there with Bill. And I really wanted to make sure, man, let's just dig in and, like, be present into this. And knowing I'll let, you know, down the road work from there. But this time of year is always funky for players. And the message I had told them yesterday, hey, man, I know this is a difficult week, and I encourage them, don't think about next week this week. It's not going to help you perform better this week. And so looking at a roster, am I going to be on the 53 or the practice squad, or what do my odds look like? And so that was really the message I tried to give yesterday, because it's this funky space. There's some guys that are already on the roster, some that are fighting for it. So I just tried to make that, hey, this is normal. You know, like everybody has these same emotions, but can we bring it back to be grounded and present into what we're now? So I haven't gone too far ahead with Bill or many of the other players just yet.
I think with the schedule, we'll talk to you after Saturday's game. What will you guys, you certainly have an idea of who you want to keep.
Right.
What will your coaching staff go through after that game with the guys having a couple days off and then the cut down?
Yeah, Adam and his staff had a big personnel meeting with us this week where we reviewed, you know, games and where people are at. And so each of the coaches, you know, goes through each position and through each player. And it's helpful, you know, because you're not in every meeting room. You're not, you know, in every spot. So we did have that this week. And then this week we'll have some more evaluations. And then Adam, you know, will huddle everybody up as well. And then think of the two spaces of the 53 and the 70. And as everybody would know, the roster is also, it's a little fluid as it even starts, you know, the earliest part of the season. I can, like, remember, you know, the first being in the NFL, hearing Bill Walsh say that. And at the time, I didn't really know what he meant, you know, as I was in my rookie coaching season. But now, you know, 25 years later, I get it. And it's still pretty true today, you know, of how that works.
Dan, John asked you about Noah Brown. Sounds like you're trending in the right direction for week one.
Correct.
Obviously, Terry is still out, and injuries happen over the course of the year. From the outside, it seems like there's some decent uncertainty with the wide receiver depth. Where are you at with that group right now?
I liked what I saw. You probably saw in the game, we worked Jalen some outside. And so I thought he's one, Ben, that, like, I see the ascension taking place. You can often feel it from the coaching point into the drill, onto the field. Like, he can apply it very quickly. So we saw Luke outside, Jalen outside, and that was by design to make sure, all right, what else, where are we at? Chris Moore will also be one that'll work back into today and into the game this weekend. So that's where we're at. We like where Noah and Terry are trending towards, but like you said, you want a contingency plan for everything. And you know, that's why we decided to work some guys outside and inside. So that's what we've done.
That's Commanders head coach Dan Quinn speaking with the media. In just moments, Dan Quinn is going to sit down with me and B-Mitch in the tent. Should be a really fun conversation. Nobody go anywhere. B-Mitch Finley.
sell football. they won't lose. They won't lose, Jay.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn set to join us any moment. Obviously, pretty cool to get the coach to sit down with us. I'm not sure everybody knows that you and the coach have a long-standing, close relationship.
We just talk.
Yeah, maybe close is wrong, but certainly cool. It's always
respectful.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting for your relationship with coaches than it is mine, because they're always going to look at you differently as somebody that achieved greatness for this organization and grinded through it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Try my best. But think about it. I just like to let them know I'm available if need be. Not to play, okay, just to help out if I can. I think a lot of times people don't see that olive branch being handed out, being extended, and I try my best to do that. And Coach was the same way with me.
Well, I think at various times people have been scared of former players around. And one thing I applaud Dan Quinn, who's joining us right now, is never had those concerns. Thanks for doing this, Coach.
Awesome, man. Good to be here with you.
I wanted to start with something.
You want to start something?
No.
I got Brian
he
on my
want to
side.
start something. Yeah, we're going to whip you up,
You have the Punisher logo on your watch. I do not want to start anything. Do you or have you ever had social media?
Yes.
Have or had?
Yes.
Do you look at it? Do you get caught up in?
The only people I follow are the players.
Okay.
And it's just so I have a better understanding of, some things maybe in their background, their lives, their families. So that's the purpose behind it.
How much do you think, over your years in coaching, how much do you think social media has changed things or impacted the lives of players?
I think quite a bit, JP, and some for good, for sure, and also some that I think the distraction and the things that happen outside the walls can come in. And maybe the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. I think sometimes it can steal a little bit of the joy. JP's got that, I don't have that. B. Mitch got that, what's up with that? So I think that can happen at times, but I also know, this is how this early generation, this is how they have grown up. So if I don't change and accept it and know that that's, that they would rather text with me than get a phone call from me, I have to learn that as I do social media. But hey,
I'm calling them anyway, Coach.
Yes, I do too. So my wife sometimes says, "Hey, old man, they don't want to get a call from you. Just text them." I said, "Well, I'm calling. I don't want no gray about what I'm saying."
B's a caller,
See,
dude.
the thing about me, I can text you, and I don't get anything. When you send me a text, I don't know exactly what you're feeling. But if I hear your voice, I'll read it.
Yes.
So they all know. I do social media because I have to.
Yes.
But I'd rather not.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a bunch of lies.
I think, to get everybody back current, sometimes the best part of a locker room is just being with the guys. I'm sure that's probably one of the things that you miss about playing. And every once in a while I'll walk through and just a lot of heads down on the phone. And, man, don't miss the fun of what's happening with everybody. But that's our era and our age, not theirs. But so I do have it, but it's for the purpose just to let me stay connected at a stronger level with the players.
Coach, we were in here, and we heard a lot of music coming.
Yep.
We know practice is coming up. Did you have a practice early?
No.
What?
We do it as energy also. So if there's, time before meetings, we get it going pretty good.
There we go.
Team meetings, special teams meetings. So you can kind of get the vibe of who's running it, what's playing. And, I can tell you what, special teams music is different than what happens at offense. So, but yeah, we do like music and use it as an energy for us here. And that's every day.
What is it? You are such an energy and brotherhood and camaraderie type coach. It's really been remarkable to watch it get built. And even just little things that maybe folks don't notice. In all the locker rooms I've been in, most of them, it's all position groups, right? And last year, the first thing you did was start mixing everybody up. What's it like to watch that get built last season, and then how do you continue that this year?
Yeah. I think it's I don't know if it's a Green Beret quote, but brotherhood is not something that you force, like you have to forge it. Like it's not something that you have to do this. Like you have to create space for people to lean in, have conversations, talk to one another. Of course, some people will just, whatever it is, where you're from, you just get a connection. But like the true part is like on the field, they're connected to an extension of each other. So for Brian to pick up the blitz, for the ball to be thrown down the field for the completion, you had to take the line, had to take him. We see the completion, but here we try to recognize all that goes into that. You might see the defensive sack, the other night, and maybe you didn't see excellent coverage down the field, but you saw the result. And so here we want to make sure, like when you're looking across that huddle and it's in January and it's 80,000 people and it's loud and cold, like you're looking across the huddle, not just some dude, but like that's my guy. I'll fight for him. Yeah. And if you can get to that space, it's a big deal. But around here, it's like we've got a very good environment to improve. We've got a good culture, but you do have to go get it on too. So I want to make sure I'm also clear on that. Part of the brotherhood is the play style, the attitude of how you play, giving it up for one another. Like that's part of it too. And so I think that's important to say. Like you can have a nice environment. We are optimistic. We do try to develop people. I think there's a culture of like people improving and getting better. But like at the end of the day, when it comes time, like this is how we get down. Like we've got to play physical. That's why we cover kicks. We want our play style to also be a certain way. And so I think that's important to mention.
Coach, we come out here, we are impressed by what we see on the field. We see certain players we get impressed by. You see them from infancy all the way through.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you get impressed as well. We were doing a little thing earlier saying the guys that we thought impressed us, what we see as a potential Pro Bowler.
Right on.
Who's impressed you this year, the guys you see come out and they are reaching their potential?
Yeah. It's easy for me to go from year one to year two because those are people that make the biggest jumps. And so I can say that early on I saw it with Jordan McGee, and I see that with McCaffrey, and I see that with Coleman, that switch to guard and what it can be. So that's where it starts for me, of guys going from like 1 to 2. Sainer still is certainly one. Quan Martin is one. I thought he had a very good year. But like, man, he's further, and some of it's the unseen work. Like, he's also becoming one of the leaders around here, and his voice, his effort. So he would also be one for me that is like, okay, this guy's turning into a real heavy hitter. On the special team side, Yankoff has been one that I felt him covering kicks and being physical. So those are a few for me. But Quan, I'm seeing it on, off the field. You've heard us talk about leaders like Tressway or Jeremy Reeves, Zach Ertz or Wagner. But like Quan Martin, like that's part of our job of like identifying and bringing along other leaders. And if you have a lot of them, man, you got a chance to do good things. And Quan, he is turning into a team leader, not just, somebody that does his thing at a good level.
I always think Pro Bowl voting is a year behind Pro Bowl play. I think Quan's going to be in that conversation.
That's well said.
You talk every day, right? You get asked a zillion specific football questions, and I don't want to waste our time here doing that. But I had like more of a philosophical question for you. You've been in this league a long time. You've seen the business of football at times impact training camps and the play of football. How do you balance that with the guys of, hey, we know this is going on, but we got to go out here and focus on what we got and week one and what's coming?
I think the best thing, man, like, and Brian could tell you, like, don't bullshit the players. Like, they know what's up, and so shoot them straight and say, this is what's happening, this is where we're at, but I wanted you to know so they hear it from me first. In the old days when he was playing, they didn't have social media to say this was happening, this was happening. So I'd still try to be in front of that. So I recognize, especially, JP, this time of year, there's some moving parts with trades and things that go on and contracts. So I just try to, man, keep it down the middle with the guys and knowing that they're going through a process as well. But the guys that are on the field, like, we got work to do, and I try to make it about that. Because if we're worried about, what's not happening. Like, that's Adam, his team, man. Like, I trust him knowing that they're putting that work in too. So it's injuries, it's contract, trade, like it's all part of the gig, man. So like if you can keep it in the middle and not try to ride the roller coaster, it helps. And then I also try to keep it real with the fellas. Not they know something's going on. So if I don't share that, what's up?
Yeah.
And so I'd rather, let them know than have them figure it out, some other way.
Last one for me. I know, we get excited at the different parts of the football season. Where are your emotions when you're looking at, okay, we got training camp ending, last preseason game, and now I'm ramping up for the season?
Once the next week gets passed, because I don't look forward to Monday and Tuesday. Roster going down to 53 to that spot. So then it does shift. Okay, this is the group, and I'd say I'm hopeful that the team that we have at the end of the year will beat the hell out of the team that we have at the starting point, because then you're getting better and you're getting better. So I can tell you that the one that will be starting will be strong, and I hope there's a lot of ceilings that we can go to. But I get excited, different moments, first time of the off season, everybody together, mini camp, start of camp. So it's like little markers along the way, and so next week will be another one as we get prepared to start the regular season. But just like I told some of these guys who don't know, am I going to be on the 53 or the 70 or either, man, don't let next week affect this week.
Yeah.
You've seen too many people do that where they're worried, am I going to do this or am I going to do that? That's not going to help you play better Saturday. So, and I'm trying to do the same, not let next week affect me this week and what we need to do and how to get down.
Last thing for me.
You just said that a moment ago, I think.
No, B said that.
Okay.
B said that.
All right.
There was a moment in Monday night's preseason game, not on the field, when Bill runs that touchdown in, and then we see Jaden run over to the refs to get that ball. What did that mean for you to see your second-year quarterback have the sense of the moment and just the leadership skill?
Yeah. That's the brotherhood that you were talking about earlier, knowing that Zach and Terry had done that for him a year ago. And you hope next year Bill has that chance to do that for somebody else, knowing that that's his way to pay it forward, for the next one to pay it forward. So it doesn't surprise me that, Jaden was right there doing it, man. This guy loves football. If you see him on the sideline, his smile was big. He wasn't, too cool for school, hanging out in the back. He was pumped. Yeah. And that doesn't surprise me that he was the one. Is that the one asking to the next referee to make sure it was the exact one?
Yeah.
So, you hope that's a tradition that just keeps getting passed down to the next.
Well, speaking of traditions, your second year coming in the tent with us. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, man.
Awesome, man.
Appreciate you,
Always cool to be on with you guys.
Thank you, DQ.
Right.
Appreciate it, man.
All right. See you
Have
guys.
great practice. Thank you to Commanders head coach Dan Quinn for joining us. He's got practice to get to. Appreciate it sincerely. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We will be right back.
Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson did not practice today. Now, yesterday, Jackson left the field early, headed into the team's facility with medical staff about 40 minutes left of practice. A team spokesman said that Jackson had his foot stepped on and was fine, and that's why he left early. Jackson was knocked to the ground during team drills. He stayed through a couple more passes before he walked off the field, again, because his foot was stepped on. But before he was leaving, reporters said that he was flexing his right wrist. So we don't know if it's a foot injury, a wrist injury, or no injury at all. But this is the first practice that Jackson has missed due to injury at this year's training camp. He has been sidelined by injury for a regular season game since the end of the 2022 season. Baltimore is set to close out their preseason on Saturday at Washington, but we didn't expect to see Lamar Jackson anyways. He hasn't played in a preseason game in 4 years. For Jeremy Fowler, Falcons right tackle Caleb McGarry will miss time on an apparent leg injury that he suffered on Wednesday. A source added the exact timetable was not immediately known, but all we know is that Caleb McGarry out of the Falcons lineup. And Northwestern and former football coach Pat Fitzgerald have settled a lawsuit which was filed by Fitzgerald after his dismissal from the school 2 years ago. Terms of the agreement were not disclosed. Fitzgerald sued the school for $130 million for wrongful termination after his firing came amid allegations of hazing within the program. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You can press fast forward. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, live, Ashburn, Virginia. If you missed any of our interview with Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, you can get on the Odyssey app, hit the rewind button. You can go to Spotify or Apple Pods, wherever you get your podcasts, and find us there. I thought DQ was really great to talk to. I appreciate him making time. Remember, all of our training camp coverage from Odyssey Sports is brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save, get more with Geico. B, in the break there, you said something really interesting about Dan Quinn when he said how there was something he said that reminded you said of Gibbs and Andy Reid.
He was talking about how Jaden remembered that Austin and
Terry and Ertz.
Terry and Ertz actually did that for him.
Getting the ball.
And he didn't. And it took me back to when I came here as a rookie, and Ernest Biner kind of like took me under his wing. And I was wondering why he always invited me to his house, but he didn't really talk to me until like 2 hours later. Had me just hanging around because he was trying to keep me away from some guys that he knew wasn't making the team, and he knew the coaches had told him I'll make it. So I kind of learned the way of figuring out who the coaches really liked. Asked them questions, and I started doing the same thing. And then I found out the guys I did it to started doing it. And then you have that continuation of things, and it makes you close. That's why I have friends that I played with that I might have played 1 year with, maybe just 2 years with. But we're better friends than guys I played 10 years with. Because when you get that close to somebody, you don't just like them as a football player. You begin to be invested in that person trying to push their career along, and that's that true brotherhood. I think, social media and a lot of fans, they think, oh, you're not on the team, I don't care about you no more. You don't act like that. You got people you work with that you been to their house, you find out they have their relationship, their friends and stuff, and you become good friends with them. And then they leave and go to another job, y'all still find time to hook up with each other. You still find time to call each other, check on each other. The same thing happened in sports, and I think when you get that point, that's why I always said when I like players going away to training camp because it forms a closeness and a togetherness that you don't get if I'm here and I'm free, I'm going home. Ain't no damn hotel room more comfortable than my house.
Right.
And when I go home, that takes me away from the young guy that can learn something or my person that's next to me that can learn something in that 45 minutes to an hour that I might be free. So I'd rather them go away because we complain about a lot of stuff when they don't get it, but we always want to be right up on them. But when they go out there by themselves and they have to depend on each other, you find a different closeness. going on with the football team.
I agree, man. I also really appreciated. It's funny you asked that because I was going to ask Quinn like how excited he is for year 2 and how ready he is for, the season and everything. And he was like, man, it's hard for me to lock in on that because I know what we have coming.
Yeah.
And I think clearly it's tough for these guys. I mean, they scout these guys. They draft these guys. They sign these guys. They coach these guys. They're in the locker room. They're showing film to these guys. And on Tuesday, they're going to release 20 of them.
Yeah.
And I really applaud the NFL for how they've changed practice squad rules, and it's a much larger practice squad now, and that gives guys more chances and more opportunities to develop. But, there's a human element that I think just gets so forgotten. I think so many fans just –
It don't get forgotten. It's just some people have never been a part of a damn team. They haven't been a part of something where you could be working your ass off, and this is your dream, and it's cut off in one day.
Right.
And you just have to go, and either you lose complete sight of it or you still have that drive. I remember, like I told you, my daughter got hurt, and I was like, what you going to do? She said, as soon as my shoulders break healthy, I'm going back out there again. She said, well, she just made the varsity team, and then she got hurt. I'm like, hell, I loved it. I didn't let her know it, but I was smiling like hell because I did not want that to break her spirit. And when guys have to go through stuff like that, and people that go through stuff like that, those that have never been on a team and got cut, they don't understand that at all.
And there's so much more going on. That's why I thought DQ was so honest. And he told us the story after the game Monday night that he addressed the team with the Brian Robinson situation. He said, guys, here's what's going on. And players on the team don't have to understand it or don't have to agree with it. But players on the team will appreciate a coach telling them the truth.
Hell yeah. Him being open and honest with the guys and being straightforward with them, it goes way farther than him trying to lie to them. As I was told by my pops one time, he was like, look, man, don't go around trying to be liked. Go around trying to be respected. He said, if you don't like somebody, you tell them. Don't tell that person you like them and go tell somebody else you don't. Because when that other person tells them that you don't like them, they're going to lose respect for you. So that's why, I'm the way I am today. Don't ask me a question if you don't want the answer. You might be pissed off at me because I'm going to say something you might not like. But later on, you're going to respect it because you're going to find out everybody else was lying to you. Hey, B-Man, what you think about this? Sucks. Garbage. I'm going to tell you the truth. If it's great, I'm going to tell you it's great. If I like it, I'm going to like it. But I'm not going to sit up here and play games with you. And I think he comes from that type of mindset where, my guy, if the guys know you're being truthful to them and being honest with them, they don't care if you told them something that they don't like because they expect you to shoot it straight. Best thing to be. But a lot of coaches like to play them games and lie and have no respect. None whatsoever.
It's DQ's a really interesting guy, man. I think you can see why people are drawn to him, why people react to him, want to play for him. And I thought it's really interesting because I've watched it happen, how this team really is close and really does play for each other. But
that Navy SEAL thing they did last year, that worked wonders.
But he also said, and I can't stress this enough, that part of the closeness isn't, going easy on each other. You know how you would talk about sometimes guys make deals, and it's like, yo, all right, I'm covering you for this practice session.
Yeah.
Let's just all go 70% and kind of get out of here.
Oh, they do that.
That doesn't happen here now.
No.
Period.
It slips in every once in a while, but you know what? They also know the time when they can't do it. You know what I'm saying? They know the moment when you can't do it because if it's a blitz pickup or something we got to really focus on, I think without even saying it, they know at this moment, I got to go full speed. You know what I mean? Because if you're here to help somebody out, you're not going to take them through through a slow motion type of situation when they know they got to go full speed at it. Hey man, this whole thing is funny. I love it.
Well, and I don't know that these people will exist, but to folks that were like, oh, why didn't you ask this? Why didn't you ask that? He talks every day. He's talked every day for a month.
You know what, Jay?
I thought it'd be more interesting just to try
If
to get
they
to
do
know
exist,
DQ.
If they do exist, they ask you why do you didn't ask? You say you could. You ask when you want it when you get a chance. You know?
I thought your response right there would be one finger salute.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That's what but sometimes I don't have to waste it on. Hey, man, bees don't run around tearing flies while honey is better than you know what I'm talking about.
You like that one?
There we go.
I also liked. Clearly, he sees what we see in Quan Martin.
Hey, I watched that kid, man. That kid right there. He's a worker, brother, and you see the guys and. Just like Mikey, and you watch guys who do everything they're supposed to do. And sometimes that doesn't mean you're going to make it. But you know what? Everything they need to do to try and make it, they do it. And when you see guys like that, you pull for them, point blank.
Landfill, what did you think of our conversation with Dan Quinn there?
I really liked when he was talking about being straightforward with the guys, being honest with them. We've had a few different groups of people in charge of the team over the last few years that we've experienced, and that really hasn't always been the case. I feel like there were a lot of guys that just the whether it was coaches or front office guys that just weren't straightforward and honest with people. It's pretty refreshing to hear Dan Quinn. They have somebody who is, even if it's bad news, just tell it to people.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one thing, regardless of the line of work, is you just want clarity and honesty.
True.
Like, think about all the various in the time I've known you, 15 years, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
all the various bosses and different people we've worked with and dealt with, and that you don't always get straight up honesty. And I think people would much rather have that than manipulation or half-truths or whatever the case. And that doesn't mean DQ at all times is telling everyone everything. But
no, he's not going to tell you.
when the time comes, you're going to get the truth.
Yeah. But the main thing is this. I'm not blowing smoke. You ask me a question, I'm going to tell you what you need to know. I don't have to tell you the whole 100% of it to be telling you the truth. I can tell you exactly what you asked me, I'll tell you that. I'm not going to tell you the roundabout way of getting to it, but I'm not going to tell you a complete lie. And that's what a lot of coaches do. Complete lies.
Little bit of news here. Jalen Wright is the number 2 running back in Miami. Omar Kelly covers the Dolphins and tweeted out about an hour ago, maybe a little more than that. Jalen Wright is being walked to the Baptist Health Facility with a limp, and it doesn't look good. Not saying season ending, but this isn't an I'll bounce back limp, but at least he's walking. A-Chain is obviously a really good player. He's kind of the lead back there in Miami. But if Jalen Wright's down, that's a big blow for a team that runs the ball a ton. I think Ollie Gordon is a rookie there, but they're going to want some depth. We don't know what the deal is with Wright. Maybe it's nothing major. Ollie Gordon, I think 2 seasons ago at Oklahoma State, was like one of the best running backs in college football. So maybe they like Gordon a lot anyway. But you're going to need more than 2 backs you trust, especially if one of them's a rookie.
Definitely.
Just something to keep an eye on as this Brian Robinson thing kind of continues to evolve. You got to figure they're certainly working the phones. Miami might be a place that makes a lot of sense. It's been a really interesting camp for Washington because there is so much that has gone right and looked good. I think, we've talked at length about the offensive line looking better, the defensive line looking better, but you do have this B-Rob and this Terry situation just kind of hovering there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the B-Rob thing appears to have finality without closure. Like, it seems pretty final that he's not playing here. Where exactly he's going remains to be seen, but we can draw the conclusion on the first part of that.
Yeah.
The Terry thing has neither finality or closure. Outside of he's now on the active roster, and at some point you think he's back practicing. It was interesting to hear DQ. I get a feeling we're out here very little next week, and so there are rules during the season about you have to make the media available X number of days to practice. Next week is the biggest gray area week in the NFL calendar. So I don't know what all access we will get next week.
Can I give you a hint?
As little as
very little.
Do you
very little.
Question for you. Do you think, who do we hear from first? Public, on the record, press availability. Adam Peters or Terry McLaurin?
Peters.
You think? Now, a lot of times we would hear from Adam Peters or just around the NFL after cut day, typically you get to hear from the front office about decisions they've reached. I don't know that that's mandated. The only real mandated things are head coach availabilities. And a lot of that is because the NFL knows where their bread is buttered.
Hell yeah.
You know what the NFL gets? Free publicity for their product
All the
year
time,
round.
dog.
That's why quarterbacks have to talk, coaches have to talk, and locker rooms are open.
Yep.
Because they get every media member in this town in there talking about their product all week leading up to the big game.
And everybody has however many accounts, and they are always tweeting and Xing and IGing and TikToking and everything else. And NFL sits in their office and reap all the stuff.
Indeed.
All that happens.
If you missed any of our interview with Dan Quinn, jump on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, or look for it wherever you get your podcast. Also, check it out on the iHeart Radio app. When we come back, our boy Peter Rosenberg calling in from NYC. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. Will Micah Parsons play in Week 1? I feel good about that, yeah. That's what Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer said yesterday, which is fine and good, but the Cowboys and Parsons don't appear particularly close to a contract extension he's seeking, and according to ESPN, neither side is talking to each other right now, so we will see. And Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders took part in 11-on-11 drills yesterday for the first time since suffering an oblique injury. Now, he is on track to play in Saturday's preseason finale against the Rams, along with fellow rookie Dylan Gabriel. Kenny Pickett will not be playing as he's still dealing with a hamstring injury, and QB1 Joe Flacco will also take some snaps on Saturday. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Oh 6-7 The Fan. Time to check in on our AAA poll of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Poll question of the day. What's going to happen with B-Rob? 61% of voters say a trade, 35% say cut, and only 4.4% of voters saying he's going to stay on the roster. At that point, it seems like a pretty much done deal. Right now, we're going to get on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you. Joining us, Peter Rosenberg, ESPN New York, Hot 97, WWE. He does it all, but above it all, Burgundy and Gold fan through and through. Peter, what's up, man?
I'm not loving the vibes right now. I'm not feeling the vibes right now.
Because of Terry and B-Rob or what?
Listen, I'm not going to freak out. I have a lot of faith in what we're doing. But I'm just there's a lot of, it just feels like extra noise I wasn't counting on going into a season that I assumed was going to be the only noise was going to be damn, watch out for those Commanders. I thought that was going to be the only noise. So I'm a little thrown off on the who's your offense going to be? That wasn't what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they're very separate things, right? Brian Robinson. Well, let's start with the B-Rob, and this is a football competition thing where they think they've got better horses for the position. That's just the reality, and it's a surprise. It's a surprise, but that is. They really like this rookie, and Chris Rodriguez lost some weight and added some speed. I think it's kind of boils down to that. And I think from a straight football perspective, you got to deal with the emotion and the surprise. But if they think it's the better course, ride with it. You know what I mean? Does that help, hurt? Does that make you feel a little better?
It's what I assumed. I mean, listen, I don't think they've been married to B-Rob for a while. I just haven't sensed that. I always felt with that position, God, I feel like this dates back to even way before this regime that we never feel committed to that position. But and maybe that's a league-wide thing to some extent, except for Philadelphia. But no, I'm not shocked by it. I just really like B-Rob. I just think he's really good. I think Brian Robinson is one of the underrated backs in football, and obviously I loved what we did offensively. The truth is, you're right. I mean, there could be. Look, what was the first play of the game? I believe it was the first play from scrimmage. They handed the ball to Debo, right?
Right.
They they believe that they're going to be able to do different things they weren't doing last year, and they just won't have the same needs. So ultimately, we all get emotional about guys we like. B-Rob is a guy who went through a lot. I mean, we're talking about a guy who recovered from a gunshot wound to have a great season and be a great player. So I think there's a lot of love for B-Rob. But ultimately, you're right. It's about them thinking they have better players. Just guess what? You have to be right when you make decisions like that. You can't get things wrong when you have a good player in camp. Everyone expects they're going to be there, and halfway through the summer or 3/4 way through the summer, you go, yeah, we're good. I think that just makes it. You better get it right.
Well, Peter, I don't know if this news will make you feel any better. Brian and I are out in Ashburn. We're in the tent doing the radio. Going to walk down to the practice field in about 20 minutes. Terry McLaurin just walked out, and he's not taking part in practice, obviously, but he is out there in a hoodie and shorts. Maybe he's going to do some work on the
doing
sides.
This ramp up period.
That's what guys do.
Dan just told y'all that, man.
When they're in their ramp up, that's what they do. And I do think there is some level of misdiagnosed sincerity among the fan base when it's like, well, Terry's ankle's fine, just get him out there. He hasn't practiced. These guys have been practicing for a month. I don't think they just want to throw him out there in a padded practice and tell him to go run, 25 routes. So I think it's been clunky. I do think the organization has made missteps, but if the numbers we're hearing from the Terry side of this are to be believed, it's probably too high anyway. And I think we're getting to a place for week 1 where we see Terry out there and a lot of this kind of gets forgotten.
Yeah, I'm not really all the way worried on Terry, as I haven't been throughout. I mean, let me tell you one thing right now. I'm not a great negotiator, okay? I've had my share of negotiations where I think I could have done a better job representing myself, all right? But I'm no expert. But to me, hanging out around the facility, sweatshirt, shorts, basically being a fixture, doesn't make me ever think you're really going to be gone. Like, there's a way to be gone and make people really frightened. Like you can do the same thing and be a complete ghost. There are private places to work out if you want to. So I think Terry's letting us all know, I want to be here. So I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I also think from a straight business leverage situation, in a lot of ways, Terry's kind of running out of it. And in turn, your best bet is to get on the field. Maybe you work out something where, okay, listen, I'm going to play this out, but you guys can't tag me next year, and he gets to be a real free agent. Maybe they get to the finish line on a deal over this next week, or hell, over the next 2 weeks. Like the regular season is still a far way away. Here's what I can tell you, Peter, is the Terry stuff is undeniably hovering around the team. But the team, in all the interactions, everything I've seen, there have been some snoozer practices. But when the volume gets dialed up to 10, they're there and ready for it. And whatever way kind of the fan base feels about how the Terry stuff has gone down is reasonable. But I don't think it's impacting the team the same way.
No.
Yeah, I don't. That's the vibe I'm getting to, and I'm not even there. But I can just tell you, you could, like I said, if I can view it from the outside and tell that everything's cool, obviously they can get that vibe too. And
they don't want to get that vibe, Peter.
What you say?
People that don't get it don't want to get it.
Yeah, you don't think all these dudes know that at the end of the day, this is a commodity sport about money, and your body is your commodity, and you have a limited time with it to be able to do what you want it to do. And every one of those guys understands what Terry has given, what he's capable of giving, and what his and generally what his value is. I have said since the very beginning on this show that it's a complicated one because Terry's value in Washington is higher than it is anywhere else. So he wants the number that he believes he deserves in Washington. The problem is Adam Peters knows, yes, you are that valuable. You are very valuable. You are not going to get that somewhere else, though, my friend. So that makes it a complicated thing to figure out. But Terry's not pulling a Le'Veon Bell. He's not sitting
No,
out. He's not
hell
risking,
no.
He's not risking a year of football that you never get back at what is Terry, 31 or 29?
He turns 30 between week 2 and week 3.
Okay, so about to be 30 years. This is Terry is entering the sort of final stretch of still being a young kind of prime player. You got a few years left where you how many wide receivers do we know that at 34, 35, 36 are still producing at the highest level? It's not that common. This is it, bro. He's not wasting a year like this. There's no chance. So they're going to figure it out, and I hope it ends with a real deal. I would love to not go into this season knowing we're doing this again next year, or he's had enough. He got the season done and he's out the door. I would love if they find a compromise here. But either way, this to me, I'm hearing a lot of people, man, a lot of people. I did this on my show yesterday on ESPN New York. It is so popular to say the Commanders are going to take a step back. It has become the default fake hot take of like, well, the Commanders, they're going to take a step back because look at the games they won that were close, and now they have a harder schedule. Everyone is on that. Part of it being the controversy around Terry McLaurin's distracting the team. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. I'm not saying the Commanders will win 12 games again. Maybe they don't because it is a tougher schedule and there is tape on Jaden Daniels. But this whole big step back thing, calm down. Let's wait and see.
Say that tape on Jaden Daniels thing. I can say that, Peter. There are people out here that you got tape on. They got tape on you too. That's what I say. Jaden got tape on them. See, he don't forget a lot, and he don't make the same mistake twice. So when they come up here with their new stuff to try and stop him, hell, he probably got something different for them.
Oh, you mean the guy who's up every day at 6 a.m. with AI on, going through every simulation that's possible? Yeah, I think he's also going to be better. So, but then I do a thing. This is not reinventing the wheel, but where I do my tiers of quarterbacks, I call them wedding tables, and I moved Jaden Daniels to my table 1. And some people, listeners totally disagreed. My co-host disagreed. Hasn't shown it enough yet. Blah blah blah. I also moved Jalen Hurts to table 1, and you guys know the other 4 people there because they're the same 4 in the AFC that are always sitting there. But my logic for Hurts was he deserves it because of what he's done. And even if I don't believe he has the same kind of arm talent as the other 5 guys, come on, man. 3 years, double-digit wins, Super Bowl MVP. I'm putting Jalen Hurts there now too. But Jaden Daniels is a guy who can win a game by himself. And that, to me, is why I put him with the most elite quarterbacks. And as much as I got friction on it, guys, I got to tell you, the experts who called our show, Mike Tannenbaum, Chris Canty, everyone we talked to, they all agreed with me. They all think Jaden Daniels is sitting right there at the very top of the league. So I don't think we're crazy for thinking we have that dude. I just think people think it's a cool, trendy thing to say, man, they probably should have won 9 last year. They won 12 and went to the championship game. They're going to take a step back. It might only be 10 wins. It's like a safe prediction for people to make. But, yeah, I'm not going into this year expecting a step back kind of year.
Hey, this is a bullet to put in your holster. If it was fake during the season, when they got in the playoffs, they did the same thing. So it wasn't luck.
It's such a good point, right? Like, you could point out the games. There were some wonky games, no question. But Tampa wasn't a wonky game. It was a close game, and Detroit was a blowout. So we can talk about all the little things. One game could have went a different way, and New Orleans was very lucky. This game, Chicago was lucky, etc. All those things even out, and they were a damn good football team. So
totally,
if we made some of if Laramie Tunsil, if the pieces we've put in place here are a little bit of what they're supposed to be, I think this should be a very, very competitive football team.
To your point, Peter, we did our training camp superlatives, and it was best rookie, best free agent, sleeper, all those kinds of things. And we came up for a different category for Jaden. We just called him best because that's like he's in his own category, man. And that to me, above all else, is why I'm like, nah, this team's good. They got when you got a dude, when you got a guy at table one of the wedding, you're in business.
Totally.
Thank you for the time. Go ahead.
Last thing, last thing. To the other point of that, like, another sort of trendy thing. I don't know if you guys have heard this at all. There is that the Giants are going to exceed expectations, right? And their defense is going to be fantastic. Okay, possible, but at the end of the day, guys, they're trotting out Russell Wilson for probably at least half the year. Then you're going to bring in your quarterback drafted in the mid-20s, who's going to be a project. You can get hyped if you want, but like you said, when did we end up in a world in 2025 when you can expect a good year if you don't know who the dude is at quarterback? Trust Commanders fans, we know. It's not very often.
We try to talk ourselves into a lot of stuff a lot of times. Peter, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
Be cool, brother.
All right, boys. Soon. Peace.
All right, man.
Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. A lot of great content. Always defending the burgundy and gold up there in the Big Apple. When we come back, we got to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before you went on vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with Rude, the systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy clanging around in the middle of the night when your AC kicks back on. You just get a good night's sleep and peace of mind. The key is to control the humidity. Rude's got this variable speed compressor, which ensures precise temperature and humidity control. Think about the crazy weather we get in the DMV. If you can control the humidity, you control the comfortability of your house. Plus, you can save a bunch of cash. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fun show today. Grant and Danny coming your way next. If you missed any of our interview with Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, make sure you check that out on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app or wherever you get your podcasts. We got to get to Heard It Here first. We got some football to bet on tonight, B. Steelers, Panthers at 7 o'clock and Patriots, Giants at 8 o'clock. White Brian, who's starting at quarterback for the Giants tonight? DeVito?
I believe it's Russ still.
Russ? Wow. Might have to watch that. Here's what we're going to do. It's called Heard It Here First.
Gather around.
Heard it here first. Shout out to Paisanos. Me and B-Mitch had a good Paisanos lunch. Fuad, if you're listening, the pizza was hitting.
Yep.
Thanks to the Commanders. Commanders gave the media lunch on the last day of training camp. Kind gesture. All right, White Brian.
They saved Greg again.
How we do last night, White Brian?
I won. Everyone else lost.
All right, so where are we at for the week?
Starting to not believing in what Brian's saying, man.
B's questioning your record keeping. Brian.
Yeah, I may have forgot to tally it up. I'm loading it right now.
I thought the Nats beat the Mets last night.
The Nats did.
I also
took the
won
Nats.
because I took the Diamondbacks because PFAT was pitching and they won.
Oh, yeah, you love PFAT.
Yeah, anytime.
No, the Nats
PFAT.
beat the Mets. I won.
Jeff
I
lost,
don't
though.
trust
We can
him.
all agree on that.
I agree. Jeff definitely lost.
I'm taking the Steelers -5.5.
Steelers -5.5 for Professor Landini.
Playing against who they playing?
Panthers.
Carolina in Carolina. Get
I-
that home field, that preseason week 3 home field advantage, B.
I just feel like Mike Tomlin is the kind of coach that gets his guys ready to play in preseason.
Hold on, the Pats-Giants game is on Amazon? They got preseason games on Amazon?
What time? What's the spread in that game?
So, Steelers-Panthers.
I got it now.
Steelers are 5.5-point favorites, 7 o'clock on NFL Network. Pats-Giants, 8 o'clock, Amazon Prime. Giants are 6.5-point favorites. You're telling me Russ Wilson is the starting quarterback in that game?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm going to take the Giants.
I'm going to take the Patriots. Plus 6.5.
But if they're playing Russ, to me means they're still going to play Jameis and they're still going to play Dart.
Still.
We've heard so much about Jackson Dart's preseason dominance, Brian.
Man, I'm not worried about Jackson Dart. He need to go throw darts.
Oh, Drake May's playing tonight, too?
Yeah, probably so. Give me the plus 6.5. And then I'm going to take Carolina plus 5.5.
Damn, B's going parlay central on week
I'm
3
going
of the
parlay week 3. I'm going with the dogs.
What about you? Did Dub B make a pick?
He just wins
Nationals.
all the time. He
Nats.
don't make picks. He just wins.
Smart. Betting against the
Betting against this
Mets.
terrible team that he can't. He follows the Mets, but he's betting on the Nats. Come on.
To celebrate week 3 of the preseason, the matchup, the vaunted preseason rivalry between the Commanders and the Ravens. Tomorrow we will have a crab cake contest. Our guy
Contest?
Drew's bringing in crab cakes, and his buddy Al Wysong is bringing in his crab cakes.
Al, the way you could get my vote, don't put a lot of filler in it.
It's all lump.
I like lump, baby.
Jumbo lump.
There you go.
Give me that jumbo lump, that freak, that nasty, that gushy stuff. It's a song. It's not usually about crab cakes. Give it to me. Give me that jumbo lump, that freak, that nasty. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today.
Lord have mercy.
Thank you to Nick Baumgartner. Thank you to Dan Quinn. And thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Appreciate all the guys joining us. Really appreciate DQ coming in the tent with us.
Definitely.
We tried to clean the tent up.
You did.
We took the trash out,
You were working, man.
move some Zen tins
I
around.
could drop you, bring you over here down the street to my house. You can take care of that, too.
Ed Mathers just texted me, can't trust White Brian to keep track of
Hell
bets.
no.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. White Brian owes you a bet slip.
The Athletics' Nikki Giambala just tweeted out that Terry McLaurin, who's wearing a warm-up jacket and shorts, is now on the sidelines. He is watching the Commanders practice during the 11-on-11 portion. Noah Brown and Sam Cosme also on the sidelines watching the first-team squad get some reps in. Some other injury updates out of Falcons camp. Right tackle Caleb McGarry will miss some time due to a leg injury he sustained yesterday. McGarry was carted off the field before the 11-on-11 portion of practice yesterday, was not fitted for an air cast, though he did receive an MRI. The team said they would follow up at, quote, an appropriate time. This time over at Dolphins camp, an injury update. Jalen Wright walked off the practice field very slowly today with an apparent injury. He headed into the Dolphins medical facility for more evaluation. With Devonta Achane managing a calf injury and Wright now having left the session, Ollie Gordon is going to have to be the backup running back getting some reps here. So the Dolphins could be in the market for a running back. And over at Cleveland Browns camp, Shedeur Sanders will be getting some reps during Saturday's final preseason game. Dylan Gabriel will as well, but QB1 Joe Flacco will start out the preseason game for the Browns. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on August 21st, 2025. We are live out and about at Nationals Park on what is, frankly, a chilly August day. What would you say, Danny? 67 degrees is what the real feel is out here right now?
It is
moving wind?
It is about 67 degrees with a little breeze, a little drew in the air. The occasional misty rain falls for about 4 or 5 seconds, then stops.
It's like a
Very
mist
strange,
machine.
man. Yeah.
You're at an amusement park,
That's right.
and your children are playing in that mist machine, so that's kind of hitting us in the face a little bit, sitting outside the red box. But it's also slightly drewy out here, and that drew's smacking us right in the face. You know what it feels like? And I know this is something Nats fans, oh man, these words, shouldn't even say these anytime soon.
What are you going to say?
It feels like a wild card play-in game out here.
Come on.
It feels like the Nats are about to play the Brewers, and Juan Soto's going to have to come up with a clutch hit late, and hopefully it's going to be misplayed in right field.
Everybody's furiously Googling who Brandon Woodruff is and why he's shoving for 6+.
But I'm excited for baseball. We'll get you ready for the Nats and the Mets. This is a rubber match. Chance to take 2 of 3 from a free-falling Mets club that Washington's trying to kick while it's down and try to make their life getting into the playoffs a little bit harder. That would actually be awesome, I got to say.
Yeah.
I find Mets fans mostly insufferable. I mean, they stink. They come out here, and from the first pitch on, they're chanting, "Let's go Mets." They're just doing things to troll.
Sure.
There was this, I'm going to say he was mid-20s, Goose, walking out of the ballpark the other night. I'm walking next to him, coming over to the Red Box to do post-game. He's wearing a Juan Soto Mets jersey. And he was, telling the Mets guy next to him, "Let's do a Soto chant. Rub it in, rub it in." And I'm like, you, man.
That's why.
You're the reason
Right.
I hate your fan base the most. And there's plenty of hate to go around. I don't like Braves fans. I don't really like Phillies fans. But I had this debate, maybe it was Tobes this week, with somebody up in the press box the last few days. Mets fans, for me, are the worst in the division. I find them to be, of all of the groups that are annoying, by far the most insufferable.
So whoever I've seen the last, or most recently, it kind of retakes the number one spot. To me, it is a king of the
You got to
hill.
be stuck in an elevator with all Phillies fans or all Mets fans for an entire 5-hour period.
Great question. I mean, Phillies fans would lead to an assault. There'd be physical, a thing happened. I don't want that.
Or they would just throw up on you purposefully.
That's only something that has happened. But I went to school with so many Mets fans. For whatever reason, the George Washington University featured so many folks that were fans of the New York Metropolitans, and it was just too much. I didn't care about them all that much because we wouldn't have a team here in D.C. It was just, hey, remember Keith Hernandez with a mustache? They won the World Series. Yay, Dad. Darryl Strawberry was there. Doc Gooden. I didn't really have any affinity or hatred. It was just kind of neutral. I grew to despise them even before the Nats were a thing. So those Mets fans with the 7-train Flushing Army coming down screaming about Matt Harvey enough. So they stink. Phillies fans stink, though. I think you forget how stinky Philly
Oh,
fans
no, they
are.
were just here. I am aware of their
I think you forgot.
stinkiness.
You forgot.
No, that is a smelly diaper, too, that needs to be thrown into the bin that keeps the smell from being everywhere in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Those newfangled, like, cool bins. You pop
We got
open.
one now. You got one with where you step on it and it just opens up?
Boy, do we.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, it's the only way.
Yeah.
But Mets fans, man, I cannot wait for them to leave here after this series.
And it'd be a real shame, by the way. I know we lost the plot there.
Oh, yeah, we missed the point, which was bearing the lead. What if the Nats took 2 out of 3 from the Mets, and they left here losers in this series? That would be pretty fun. Couple of Commanders notes for you. I want to get into something I saw on ESPN in a minute. But Terry McLaurin, this is our Brian Fantana Panda Watch.
Let's go to Brian Fantana live on the scene with a Channel 4 News exclusive. Brian?
Panda Watch. The mood is tense. I have been on some serious reports, but nothing quite like this. Ching King is inside right now. I tried to get an interview with him, but they said, nope, you can't do that. He's a live bear. He will literally rip your face off. Hey, you're making me look stupid. Get out here, panda jerk.
Terry McLaurin still making us look stupid.
Yep.
Not letting us get an interview with him. McLaurin wearing a warm-up jacket and shorts today, walked out to the practice field as the Commanders were practicing on the sidelines during their 11-on-11 work. I don't know if that's a good sign. There's only been a few practices when the media is actually out there. When I was there for the Burgundy and Gold scrimmage, they called it. He was down there watching it from the sideline. By and large, during practices, he has been in the building, but that's mostly been because the perception was he's rehabbing while a member of the physically unable to perform list. Dan Quinn told reporters yesterday, right before he said he's not going to play Where's Waldo, he said that McLaurin did some running, basically, some cardio with the guys that are trying to ramp up their cardio to get into football shape. I don't know that anybody's actually seen that. We're just kind of taking his word for it. But today, when McLaurin was seen, Nikki Javala of The Athletic saying warm-up jacket, shorts, sideline, spectator, not doing a whole lot in the way of cardio during practice.
So Liam Griffin, our guy from the Washington Times, had a funny zing. Said, we found Waldo. Here's Terry McLaurin, et cetera. And I did you can't do fonts. You can't do like a sarcasm font, but I did I'm sure it's all part of the return to play ramp-up thing. And Liam responded right away. He's like, yeah, he's in the conditioning phase. So I guess we're all just playing along.
Everybody's having a good time.
He's in the phase where he's conditioning. So, again, I don't know if anyone seen him condition. I don't know what kind of condition he's in. I don't know if he's running hills in the dark at pre-dawn. I don't know if he's pulling tires or doing whatever. No one knows anything, and nobody seems interested.
I actually loved the Where's Waldo line by Dan Quinn. The sentiment of, like, how dare you guys ask about the most important player on the offense who's currently holding in and not a part of the team. That, take it or leave it, and I'll leave it. But I loved the zing. Like, Where's Waldo?
Quality.
What a line. Now, it also reminded me, I used to get so psyched for the Where's Waldo books. Were you a big fan?
So I never was a huge fan. I will tell you, my 7-year-old thinks it's the bee's knees.
It's the best.
That's all he wants to do.
Waldo used to have, he would have this red and white striped shirt. That's what you're looking for.
Sure.
Buried in a picture. And then Waldo, see, this is a dated reference for a lot of the youngins watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube. Waldo would have kind of like a beanie, almost, but not like that came over his ears, but it was like a red ball at the top of the hat.
Like a noticeable hat.
Yeah, with a white and red little hat keeping the top of his head warm. He's not going ear warmers like Danny does during the winter. He doesn't go full earmuffs.
Mm-hmm.
He's going with a hat. He would go blue jeans and brown shoes.
Yep.
And he would walk around with a cane or something like that. And then you'd have to find him in these pictures. But I thought I had a silly idea. I'm an idea man, if nothing else, right?
Okay.
I texted our boss, Slacks Kiner. We've got the old 106.7 The Fan merch shop you're familiar with?
Sure.
There's all kinds of great stuff there. You can go check it out. We got Nats and Commanders gear and all kinds of cool themed things that we do with Breaking Tea. I told him we should do a Where's Waldo shirt where it's like Terry McLaurin's face with a Waldo hat. And it just says, Where's Waldo? Like, Where's above him and then Waldo underneath.
Yeah.
And then it's Terry McLaurin in the red and white Waldo hat. I think those would sell like hotcakes.
Number one, I'm in. Number two, what you sleep on is now it's not just Waldo. the new books, because they're like you can only find so many places for Waldo to be. It's like there he is, then you get bored.
He's there, yeah.
You now have Waldo's opposite, Oddlaw. You have Wolf and Wenda and Wilma and Wally and Wizard Whitebeard and all these other guys.
Wizard Whitebeard.
Exactly.
So is it Where's Wizard Whitebeard?
No, it's Where's Waldo. But you're also, in order to keep the kids entertained for longer and get more value out of the books, you're now finding these other guys too.
So I think it's called Highlights. There's this little kids magazine that gets sent out, and one of the featured bits in the magazine is I think it's called Hidden Figures. Maybe it's not. Maybe that's just a really good movie about women at NASA. But I thought that's what it was called. And my son loves playing it because they show you a picture of like 5 items, and then it's somewhere in this room you've got to find the 5 items. That's kind of what you're talking about. It's Waldo and then 4 other people scattered about. My other shirt idea for CK, I don't know if these are being printed as we speak or if, it's a terrible idea that I kind of find funny and nobody else does, would be an actual Waldo scene. Instead of the beach or like one of the busy amusement parks or something, the scene would be Commander's practice, where you just see a bunch of like little, it's like from 10,000 feet up, like burgundy jerseys on the field or whatever, and then you see Terry in a red and white hat, like off on the conditioning field. And it's just a Waldo scene, and it says, "Where's Terry?" or "Where's Waldo?"
So that's the one I would buy.
Okay.
Like, that to me is perfect because it's like such a great bit. It's a play on a play, and then it's actually like it looks like the actual thing. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe it better
And
than that.
only real ones know. Like, if you're just walking by someone wearing that T-shirt, at King's Dominion in a month, you're just like, is that a Where's Waldo shirt? But no, it's a Where's Terry shirt based on Dan Quinn saying, we're not playing Where's Waldo.
I don't want to play Where's Waldo, guys. Like, yeah. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the player that's holding out.
The one risk is if we print these suckers thinking they're going to fly off the shelves, and then he signs in 3 days, what are we doing with our Where's Waldo shirts? Is it still entertaining? Is it still fun? Does it still remind us of a great couple of months in team history?
Yeah, the bit is the bit, but now the bit's got a shelf life.
Right. So that's tough because it's like doing a podcast about a game that is 3 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
There's only so much time.
Right.
Where people are going to be intrigued by what you have to say on that podcast. But anyway, I'll let you guys know if we actually go to press.
We'll keep you posted.
Yeah. Where's Waldo? Speaking of Terry, coming up at 3 o'clock in 45 minutes, Michael Giannetti of Spot Track is going to join us. He came up with a contract that he thinks would make a lot of sense if the Commanders and McLaren can agree on a 3-year deal at about $27 million per. And he's got all the details worked out with guaranteed money and how everything would look. This is what he does. We'll have him on the show to talk about how that contract would work for McLaren and for the Commanders. I think it'll be insightful. That's at 3 o'clock. But let's start here. Ben Solak of ESPN did a ranking of all the teams in the NFL based on a watchability. What he called kind of his league pass list. That was the idea. Mm-hmm. We used to do this with basketball when people would get the national NBA package, and even though you're a Wizards fan, like there's a fun team, Memphis or somebody at that time, that you got to watch every single night. So he went 1 through 32 most watchable teams, most exciting teams to tune in to see in the entire league. And wouldn't you know it, your Washington Commanders
Here we go.
are number 1 out of 32 teams on this list.
There it is.
What a world, ladies and gentlemen. From years of putting sticks in a fire pit with paper and cardboard and lighter fluid and trying to get 14 points with bad quarterback play. So whatever this is now, the most watchable, in some ways likable, excitable team in the NFL. This is a guy who grew up an Eagles fan, by the way, in Solak from that area, who's one of my favorite writers covering the NFL at this point. But he ranked the Commanders number 1 in watchability this football season.
6 years removed from Brian Callahan. Brian Callahan? Bill Callahan. Who's Brian Callahan? Is that a person?
That's his son who coaches
Yeah,
the
that's Brian,
Cincinnati Bengals offense and now is the head coach of the Tennessee
It's
Titans.
a B first name, then with the same last name, I have no chance. Bill Callahan.
How come you didn't call him Tommy Callahan?
Callahan Auto Parts. Sold 500,000 brake pads. Buddy.
Tommy just sold 500,000 brake pads.
Get a good look at a T-bone by sticking my head up. Anyway, Bill Callahan just calling run plays and punting on first down. Years of boobery with Ron Rivera, where he didn't even talk to the team at halftime. Where in his first game, by the way, they stopped trying to win, and nobody ever asked about it. It was weird. Just a few years removed from that. The most watchable team this league has to offer. Whether you think it's first, they're second, they're third, the point is everybody's in. Everybody thinks we're the darling, and I am excited. So is that marching band, by the way.
Yeah, that is, by the way, the U.S. Navy marching band, it looks like, or maybe some band comprised of Navy midshipmen?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're all in their whites. That's the most gorgeous military look there is. Maybe I'm biased. My dad was in the Navy for 13 years, but I think the U.S. Navy all whites look, come on, what's better than that?
That's pretty sharp. It's pretty sharp.
Like, every dude looks his best when he's in the military, like when he's wearing his all whites and he's just out on the town with his pants and his shirt just so, white hat.
It's the sundress for guys, basically.
It is.
You know, it's an upgrade. I'll never forget this. So we were, our senior year, at our sister school's winter formal, right? You follow that so far? So the all-girls school right across the street where the all-boys school. Anyway, so they're winter formal. And one of the girls who was a senior was dating a guy that was a freshman at the Naval Academy. So they'd been dating through high school, and they stayed together because it was close or whatever. That dude came back in his dress all whites.
Oh, boy.
You know who didn't get any attention at all? Every dude. Every girl was staring at that guy.
A little steamed up.
Yeah.
Do you blame him?
Nope. I was
Now,
there too.
I think if we were wearing the all whites, first of all, I don't know if there are all whites big enough for me to fit into, but let's just say that they had them. Okay?
All right.
I think I go up a number, just at 1 on the 1 to 10
A unit,
scale.
sure.
But it's not going to make me Chris Hemsworth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying when you are fit, when you are military caliber, physique human being, and then you put on the all whites.
Good night. Yeah.
You know, it's minus 14 spread against the non-all whites, non-military dude standing next to you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Alabama versus UAB.
Here's what Solak had to say, Daniel, about the Commanders as the most watchable NFL team. He says that they were the perfect team to watch last season based on these metrics. 12 of their games ended within 8-point margin. 14 out of 17 that they played were one-possession football games in the waning minutes. They were exciting. I mean, there's no doubt. Sometimes they gave up points. Sometimes they scored points.
Yep.
But most of their games did come down to the wire. In fact, to that point, in the fourth quarter last year, the Commanders had 19 scoring drives, which was the 4th most in the National Football League. But get this. They surrendered 20 scoring drives, which was the 6th most defensively to give up in the NFL. So in the fourth quarter, top 4 scoring offense, bottom 6 scoring defense, action.
Late fireworks.
You know, we got scores, we got chunk yardage and big plays and points. He went on to talk about the speed with which they operate and the tempo with which they go to work offensively. Very, very fast offense under Cliff Kingsbury. In fact, I didn't know this stat. This is interesting. They ran the most no-huddle plays. Last year, we knew they ran the most in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
That was the most by any offense since Chip Kelly was calling plays for the Philadelphia Eagles as a head coach.
How about that?
Under Cliff Kingsbury. So when you have tempo, you run more plays. Plays mean opportunities. Now, opportunities mean yards and points. Then you've got a defense that gave up a lot. So his point was last year they kind of ran away with this title, and they still got Jaden Daniels, who he mentions as the electrifying talent that is worth tuning in for. They had multiple Hail Marys converted last year, including the Hail Mary that we all remember to beat the Chicago Bears. And then they had the highest, best fourth down conversion rate in the NFL in history at 87%. So this is the argument he makes for lining up 32 teams as far as watchability. Washington 1. He's got the Ravens 2, the Lions 3, the Joe Burrow-led Bengals 4. I would have probably had them even higher. And then the Eagles 5. But you can kind of see what this is. You need a prolific offense. You need a quarterback who can make plays, probably as a dual threat more often than not, but someone who can run an offense that scores. And then if you've got a defense that's going to give a bunch up as well, that's good for this too.
Precisely. So you look at what Washington did last year, just kind of in the rear view. So week 1 against Tampa, I think, is the anomaly game. We all kind of agree to that, right? That's I don't want to say it doesn't count because it does, but that's not who they would end up being. And as they were getting their feet wet, they had a close one against the Giants. But the point I'm about to make is this. You're either in this is wild, man. You're going back and forth, and you're close, and it's zip and tuck. It's a last-minute score. It's the, walk-off against Dallas, overtime against Atlanta, late win against Philadelphia, 2-point conversion chance against New Orleans, close game, all within one possession. And their blowouts, though, are fun too. Now, obviously, it's more fun if you're a fan of the team, but you're watching this is just a masterclass. This is hyper efficient. Everybody gets a touch. They're finding angles and different things that, just dominating that Arizona in week number 4, dominating Tennessee, who was pretty much left for dead at that point. It's beautiful too. When you watch before they won the championship, you watch those old Denver Nuggets teams. I say old, but a handful of years ago, Jokic, and watching them, win 50 games, not really be a championship threat. You go, this is a blast. Even when they win by 30, it's still really fun to watch them do kind of all this stuff, and that's kind of how it felt last year.
Toby just came up with the Terry McLaurin meme. I need that as soon as you can get that to me, please. We found Terry.
We found Terry.
Go ahead and send that over to. Can you get that to my desk, please? Thank you. I'll find something to do with that. That looks like it could be on a shirt and available to the masses in short order. If you want to react to the Commanders being named the #1 most watchable team in the NFL this season, we'd like to hear from you next. Make that case. What would you add to Solak's commentary? 800-636-1067. Speaking of Terry McLaurin, Diana Rossini, the national reporter for The Athletic, had a report came out last evening about McLaurin and what teams think about his ask. I want to get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders were on the practice field today, focusing on situations. Final training camp practice for the Commanders. Terry McLaurin walked out later in practice. Buzz was just on the sideline in a hoodie. Brandon Coleman back in full pads. Dan Quinn also said before practice today that Noah Brown is close to returning. Today, the Commanders signed center Nick Harris, a 2020 fifth-round pick by the Browns. Patriots wide receiver Jalen Polk going to be out for the season. He needs shoulder surgery. It was a second-round pick last year for the Patriots. Shedeur Sanders is going to play in the final preseason game for the Browns. Nats and Mets, Game 3, the rubber match of the series, 4:05 right here on The Fan, coming up just a little bit later. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. Sean Manaea goes to the hill for the Mets. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. We now know he made it through the night, so that is good.
Yeah.
After yesterday's developments in the gym with Danny. Although we did hear little birdie was chirping. We have sources that tell us left arm barking a little bit today.
Well, that's inevitable. Soreness is normal. Working out till you vomit is not, I would say. A little soreness.
What about not being able to lift your left arm up off of your, side?
He can do that just fine.
Okay.
His arm is fine. He's sore in the bicep region. Again, that part you can't make me feel bad about.
Okay.
I already do feel bad, rightfully so, about making my friend vomit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a line there. Like, hey, a little bit sore from working out for the first time in a while. Reasonable and normal. Vomiting yesterday and having someone come out of the bathroom and be like, hey, I think you pushed your buddy a little too hard. Not normal. So that's the part I feel guilty about.
Fitness Wednesday is off to an immaculate start.
And you're welcome to join next Wednesday.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Just wait for me. I'll be there.
Yeah.
Honor Brewing in Fairfax tomorrow is where we're going to be doing the show live out and about. This is a Friday field trip. This is kind of like our preseason to the Friday field trips, which will be kicking off in earnest to start the year. We've got a full slate. We've got our schedule release dropping soon. In fact, we're going to do our Kevin Sheehan mock schedule for our Friday field trips as well. That's all coming up on Grant and Danny. But tomorrow, a little soft run for the boys. We're going to have a good show. We're going to have a lot of people coming out and hanging with us, hopefully, at Honor Brewing in Fairfax. We will see you live out there from 2 to 6:30. We want to touch the people. What we're about is opportunities to mingle with our listeners. And along those lines, Danny, the Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League with listeners is back and better than ever.
Back.
We're back. We are back. We are getting
Audience
fantasy
loves that.
football back. Our annual Grant and Danny, I've been told to read this very specifically so that nobody gets in trouble and nothing weird happens.
Yeah, this is one of those where, we were joking about it, and Darius wasn't laughing about it.
Darius is like, guys, just take one thing seriously ever.
And we were like, okay. And then we kept making funnies, and he was like, could you just read it?
The annual Grant and Danny Show Fantasy League is back. Want a chance to join the Grant and Danny Show for a live fantasy draft? Visit Facebook.com/Grant and Danny for more information on how you can get a chance to join our league. We'll randomly select our participants on Monday, and they'll be invited to join us for our live draft on Wednesday, August 27th at Pupatella Pizza in Springfield, Virginia at 7 p.m.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull out some particulars.
All right.
I'm going to go off script here, Darius.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to go off
Darius,
script.
the look in his eye.
Dad is going to be nervous.
Oh, my.
You're going to sign up at Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to then be randomly selected. We're doing a drawing. This is a raffle of sorts. We're not quizzing you this year. This is a drawing. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. That's number one.
Here we go.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Al. Al, awake? 2:32 in the afternoon?
I mean, this is nap time, isn't it?
How about that? Number two thing you need to know. Live draft on Wednesday, August 27th. The whole point of this league, if I'm being honest, is we get together, we eat and we drink, we be merry. It's a 14-person league.
generally about a dozen listeners or whatever or take part in the league with us, and more show up and hang out. So if you can't come to the draft, it's not the end of the world, but we kind of want you to be there if you're in the league.
It's mostly the point of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy for to say.
Thank you, Coach. Springfield, Virginia is where the draft is going to be. So that's number 2. And then Pupatella Pizza's the scene.
Yeah.
Okay? Think about it. Close your eyes. Imagine this with me. Think about football. Think about friendship. Think about fellowship. Think about camaraderie. Think about Neapolitan pizza.
Neapolitan pizza.
Think about pepperonis and sausages and any of the other delicious, wonderful things on their menu. They'll be flowing like the salmon of Capistrano. You see what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
All over the room, all night long. Pupatella Pizza in Springfield. So go sign up if you want to play in our league. That's number 1. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Cross your fingers that your name gets pulled out of the bucket. If it doesn't, you'll want to take that up with Darius specifically.
Darius.
But also mainly Ryan.
Yeah, right. Because you've got to escalate it to corporate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Send a complaint to Darius.
Right.
But a formal email to Ryan.
Yeah, so don't do the thing where you complain to Darius and CC Ryan.
Yes.
Like everyone's supervisor. You got to send a separate thing to Ryan to start the formal process.
You have until butt. Well, there's a big butt coming. You have until Monday. But I would do it earlier. Sooner the better. Who knows?
Yeah, get it going.
If you end up signing up Monday, is your name right at the top of the bucket, and then we dig deep, and then you're not down there? We didn't shake it well enough?
Yeah,
Nobody knows.
It's not like me with laundry, where the last thing that goes in the laundry is the first thing I wear, and everyone's like, didn't you wear that the other day? And it's like, well, yeah, but you don't know my life, right?
So, Dad, I don't even remember. This is how important the draft is, really, in the grand scheme of things. Who won the league last year? It certainly wasn't any of us. It was a listener. Is he back?
And you and I split a team. Like we managed the same team.
So we did that so that we can get more listeners. The whole point is just to hang out with listeners.
Yeah.
So so the producers all split a team. You and I split a team.
Uh-huh.
So Darius, is the winner of the league last year confirmed and back in?
The winner of the league last year was Scott, and he is back with us. He is
Scott
going to
is
join us on Wednesday.
Scott, let's do this thing.
Congrats to Scott.
To defend his title. Now, we also have a trophy somewhere that I think Dan Snyder's
Did Yacht Tracker make it for us? Yeah.
He did.
Where is
yeah.
that trophy, Darius?
We gotta find that. We should probably get with him and
Scott
find
have
where
it?
that trophy
Is it at the bottom of the ocean being polished by like Keanu Reeves in the opening scene of The Replacements or something?
Very possible.
All right, so let's get with Yacht Tracker on where that.
We need a trophy. We change his name to Trophy Tracker. Let's go.
At Dan Snyder's Trophy Tracker. Good thing about that is Dan doesn't have any trophies to track.
Am I right? You know what's funny about that is quite literally yesterday, my 11-year-old, not yesterday, 2 days ago, he asked me, do you guys still do the Dan Snyder's Yacht and Jets thing? I'm like, dude, we have no cause to. He goes, it's my favorite thing you guys ever did. That's his one seat.
So I posted the big video. I'm sure it was a huge, wonderful video.
It's the biggest video.
Some are saying it's the greatest video that's ever videoed. I posted the huge video.
Huge.
Bigly. On Instagram at Grant H. Paulson yesterday, which was National Radio Day.
Exactly.
And it was all of our favorite moments in radio. So if I had your son on CapCut Paulson there, he would have been saying the Dan Snyder Yacht Tracker.
He goes, the Dan Snyder's Yacht and Jets song that Darius made. That really Carmen Sandiego made, but then Darius made also.
Right.
He's like, that's my favorite thing you guys have ever done. I was like, we've been on for almost 16 years, buddy. He's like, I don't care about that.
Does that go back to, with you on the air, 09?
Oh, I said, yeah. You know what I mean.
But your point is well
Yeah.
taken.
Well,
You've been
like-
at the station 15, 16 years at this point. Oh, look at this.
Look at this.
We've got
Look at
friends at
this.
Nationals Park
Look
who
at
come
this.
bearing gifts. I love this. This is Takira Picoso.
Taqueria Picoso. Look at
Very,
you guys.
very
Thank
kind
you,
of
gentlemen. Look at
Seems
this.
like we've got business to tend to.
And business is a booming.
Now, remember, I was a part of the crew that ate a bunch of food, and this was one of my highest marks.
That's
I said,
right.
this is what you got to get to the ballpark. So here we are.
I'm looking at tortas. I see it looks like a hot
This
dog.
is the
to a
hot
degree.
dog.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Very
This
nice.
was the sandwich that won me over right here.
The torta.
It's pretty
I love it.
doggone good.
I love it.
Thank you guys.
Well, thank
very
you,
much.
gentlemen.
Very
really
kind
appreciate
of
it. It's
you.
nice of you.
We appreciate you.
Go
They
see
are
them
over
down
behind-
down the third base line. Easy
I think
to find.
right around 114. 116?
116, yeah.
All right, section 116 if you're coming to Nats Park to eat the delicious food from Takira Picoso. Can't beat it.
I love it.
Very cool.
Very-
Thank you, guys.
that's awesome, man.
We appreciate you. Diana Rossini's report on Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
She suggested that there aren't teams out there that want to pay him what he's asking for. And to me, that makes it more significant and more likely that Washington doesn't have to change their offer in any way. Now, it wasn't like she went hard in the paint necessarily. This was not something that was where she was way out on a limb. But I saw this and I thought, okay, this is at least notable that she's talking to sources around the NFL, and they're telling her straight up that the McLaurin ask is not something that other teams think is reasonable when he was up into the mid-30s, 34, 35 million. So the big question is, how much further down does he come? But I think that's significant as she's talking to other executives around the NFL, that maybe they think Washington's idea is closer in line than McLaurin's to reality.
Yeah, I think, again, it's critical because what it keeps pointing to me, and I am beating this drum, and people are probably sick of it, is the agent doesn't have the right eye line and sight line on this thing. And he keeps talking about, or he keeps, I'm sure, I'm not like I'm privy to the conversations, but the idea to me, just the way that this is played out, seems that he is very focused on this market. And this market that isn't real, it's imagined. If Terry McLaurin were out for open bidding, he would command more than DK Metcalf because of the quote-unquote the market. And this is another data point that's saying, nope, that's not true. Further, the team has him under control for this season and next at much less than, again, this quote-unquote market. So there aren't many pathways now where it's, but it's got to be more than DK Metcalf, or it's got to be in the mid-30s, and the guaranteed money has to be X. That's, kind of yet another. Now, maybe, again, this is from the team side or whatever, and that's I'm willing to hear that pushback. But it, to me, is yet another thing that kind of flies in the face of this is what we're going to settle for.
Two things. One, I smell crab. So something in this has crab meat.
Okay.
We'll just start with that.
All right.
Two, this is exactly what she said based on what she's heard around the league. Most decision makers in football fall between 27, 28 million range. She says she has a hard time finding anyone who's giving her the number that she thinks McLaurin's camp is still asking for. Now, we also have not heard that the Commanders are up to 27 or 28. The last we heard was McLaurin's around 33, they're around 25. I have seen people suggest Washington would be willing to get up to 28, but they don't know if that would get it done. So the first thing I'd say is get up to 28. That does seem to be about how this thing should end. So if you have not offered that yet, offer it.
Yep.
Like this whole dance of, we would be willing to do that, but we're not sure if he'd say yes. It's like a buddy of mine. It's like, I don't know if she'll say yes if I get down on a knee. It's like, bro, how many years are you going to wait? Get down, see what she says. If she says no, then we'll know. If she says yes, then we can move on and you can go plan a wedding. But the idea of, like, we think we could get to 28, but we're not sure what he would say. It's August 21st.
Yeah, I think now's the time to ask. But I'm with you. I've long thought. I would say long thought. Excuse me. I don't think that McLaurin would sign for that. And I think that's the disconnect, right? Where the team knows that if we just go up by a couple $1,000,000, that's where it should settle. Yes, it should settle. That means everybody's given something. I don't know that McLaurin would say, yeah, that's fine.
Michael Giannetti of Spot Track put together a contract actually in that range between 27 and 28 million a year. We're going to get the details on how it would look. He's got everything worked out, every kind of bonus and prorated portion that you'll ever need to know. And that's what he does. So he's coming up at 3 o'clock. Next, though, in Audio Vault, the best audio from sports on the internet today. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
The best.
Live at Nationals Park ahead of a rubber match. Nats-Mets today. A little bit chilly, certainly overcast. Spitting rain earlier, but it's dry right now. Fans are just starting to get into the ballpark, making their way in from the center field, left field gates. We're in the concourse at the Red Box, so come on by and say hello. That's why we're out here at the 106.7 The Fan setup today on Grant and Danny. We'll talk to Michael Giannitti of Spot Rack coming up at 3, less than 15 minutes from now. He's got a contract he put together for Terry McLaurin that he thinks could make some sense for both sides. But, Danny, I wanted to give you a little audio vault today. There
here
were
we go.
2 particular items of audio on the internet that caught my attention last night I thoroughly enjoyed. So, Darius, if you don't mind, lead us into that creepy audio vault. You got to be careful as a broadcaster with what you say you'll do if something happens. It's one of those lessons you learn pretty early on. My guy, Boog Shambi, the play-by-play voice of the Chicago Cubs, as part of the Cubs broadcast, was in the booth discussing how badly the Cubs, in a big game against an important opponent, needed to roll a double play against the Brewers. Here's how things sounded on the Marquee Sports Network.
If he hits a ground ball to short, start the 6-4-3. Yeah, that's strike. Will you buy Monty sticks for everybody at the corner tap?
Absolutely.
We don't know if they have mozzarella sticks at the quarter tap. The 1-1 outside. I'll go halvesies with you.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 Cubs. On the
Come on, baby.
Let's go.
Mozzarella sticks for everybody.
Carter Tap Pro meet up.
Flip it and fire it.
Mozzie sticks.
Now, if you're Boog, you got to get on the horn, I think, with that bar. If they don't sell mozzarella sticks, we got to do a one-day-only thing.
You got to do something else, yeah.
So someone's going to come through there and just get their order. I don't know how you do it. You maybe it's like the Rizzo goodbye, where for a couple hours someone comes in and says they want a beer. They get served a beer, and then they put it on your tab, and then you talk to the bar on the other side of it. But I just loved that moment on the broadcast. What are the chances?
Mozzarella sticks.
Turn into 6-4-3 double play, and instead of calling the specifics of the play, they're just yelling, Mod sticks!
I mean, call Josh Harris to give you some advice on how to do it, right? I bought everyone a beer. You can help you buy some mozzarella sticks for 1 bar.
So I was saying earlier that we did this, social thing yesterday. I posted at Grant H. Paulson, if you want to look at it, of some of our favorite moments in radio for National Radio Day. I considered Josh Harris calling in moments after buying the team to buy everyone at our party a beer for the Buy Dan party that we were having out in Loudoun County. I mean, what are the chances? Minutes after he walks out of the room in Minneapolis.
Like he's signed so many billions of dollars over.
His first order of business after shelling out $6 billion, first thing he does, he walks out of the room, picks up the phone, calls in, and says everybody there gets a beer. And by the way, we had that monster party at the big event down here at Navy Yard.
The bullpen.
And everyone at the bullpen got a beer as well. So he knows how to do it. If Boog Shambi's got questions, we can get him with Josh Harris. All right, the other item here in the audio vault, let's go to number 2. Tyson Bagent's the backup quarterback for the Chicago Bears. He's played a lot more over the last 2 seasons than I think they probably assumed that he would. It's kind of their Reed Doughty. We always used to say, don't blame Reed Doughty for getting on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Started 4 games, played 5 games in 2023. Then they drafted Caleb Williams 1-1. He got into 4 games, threw a couple passes last year. But he's turned himself into a really, really good backup quarterback. He's athletic. He's got that Heineke playmaking ability with his legs and creation out of the pocket, but he's got a better arm. 25-year-old guy, played at Shepherd College.
Shepherd College.
I mean, what are we doing here? Shepherd to the National Football League, easy guy to root for. He was at the podium after signing a 2-year extension for $10 million, $5 million per. Incentives if he's to get on the field to make even more than that. But basically, you've now entrenched yourself as the QB2 there.
Yep.
Moving forward. That's the value of this contract. And listen to how emotional he was.
Yeah, I think that
you know, a lot of people don't know this, but, you know, my dad is he's my right-hand man, and he didn't even have running water until he was in high school. So there's definitely a lot of things and people that I think I could certainly help with this gift I've been blessed with. But yeah, just little things like that. Like, you know, I don't really know anybody back at home with any money. So yeah, it feels good. I mean, it's certainly a weight off my shoulders and my family's shoulders. And yeah, it definitely means a lot.
I think we lose sight sometimes for a lot of people. And for any of us sitting here, you know, millions of dollars would be an unbelievable change. But we just hear the figures, and it's part of the fabric of these leagues. Juan Soto signed for $715 million.
Right.
James Wood eventually is going to get $500 million, and they're just numbers. But you think about what some guys in the league have come up through and from and the things they've had to overcome, and I think we lose sight sometimes of the human element of this.
100%. I mean, his dad was hysterical on an NFL Network telecast as he's an arm wrestling champion, and I think it was Daniel Jeremiah or somebody that he just
Pelissero.
Pelissero, there you go, just absolutely put in a blender, and it was amazing. And you go, how fascinating are these people, right? As you said, we're, you know, scores obsessed, fantasy obsessed, championship obsessed. Understandably, it's the highest levels of the thing, but you know, whatever that is beautiful to me. You know, it's like what college sports used to be, where it's just like I am here playing a game and somebody's taking care of my education. Like I'm the first person in my family to go to school, or, you know, whatever that is. Like I can't tell you how proud my grandfather is of me, or whatever. That's kind of the greatest thing about it, you know?
Clips like that make 6 or 7 of the fights you'll get in on Twitter or people being mean to you online. Yeah, worthwhile, I'd say. Seeing that was the best thing I'll see on the internet today. All right, next, we'll talk to Spot Track's Michael Giannetti. He came up with the McLaren contract. Want to get those details on how it would work from him. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. We're live at Nationals Park on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, as they like to say. Let's ride together. In the NFL, Commanders had their final training camp practice today. They'll have a walkthrough tomorrow as they get set for Saturday's preseason finale at noon. Today was a focus on situations at practice. Brandon Coleman was back in full pads. Terry McLaurin walked out later in the practice but did not participate. Dan Quinn said that Noah Brown is close to returning to practice. Commanders' backup quarterback Marcus Mariota said after practice that he's been dealing with Achilles tendonitis, said he feels good and the plan is to be ready to go for week 1. Today the Commanders signed center Nick Harris as well, 2025th rounder by the Cleveland Browns. Patriots second rounder from last year's draft, wide receiver Jalen Polk is out for the season with a shoulder injury. He's going to need surgery. Shedeur Sanders is going to play in the Browns preseason finale. In baseball, Nats and Mets going to get underway in just over an hour. 4:05 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 5-12 with a 4.04 ERA. He'll take on lefty Sean Manaea, who is 1-1 with a 4.78 ERA. Nats and Mets rubber match. 4:05 first pitch right here on the Fan. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Camp coverage on the Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Scranton Danny out and about at Nationals Park today. Hey, we got to wish our guys Kandori and Murad a congratulations. 10-year anniversary as a law firm.
Oh, that's awesome.
I saw them post on social media yesterday, so job well done to them. They sponsor this show. You can schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com if you need last will and testament or a living trust or a medical power of attorney, any of those things. kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount at kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome onto the show Michael Giannitti of Spot Track, who had, I thought, a very on-brand and kind of compelling case he made today on the Terry McLaurin front. Put together a contract that would work potentially for both sides. It seems like it's right where this thing's going to end, and he's got all the details on how it would look. Michael, thanks for joining us on the Fan. How are you?
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Good.
You got it. So the deal you came up with here was 3 years and $82.5 million, which was a little over $27 per. So how did you get there, and why does that feel like a potential landing spot for the exercise?
Yeah, so that's actually his mathematical value within our structure. So the 27.5 has sort of been the number that we've been bouncing around internally here with him for a while, and I know that counteracts with the $30 million plus that other wide receivers around his age have been getting, and certainly what he's been saying out loud. But that's sort of where fair market value says he should be, and I think this late in the game with the team basically putting their foot down this long, that's going to be the going rate, right? It's not going to be an overextension at this point in time. It's going to be all or nothing in terms of that fair market value price.
So, Michael, my sense has been, and you could tell me if you think I'm off base here, that I think the team would probably go for that. I don't know that Terry McLaurin and his agent would, just kind of given their eye line. Give me your thoughts there.
Yeah, that's exactly why I published this today, right? Is there's only probably one version of this that the team itself would say yes to right now, and that is fair market value. So, to go above and beyond that would be a cave from the team's perspective, and they just don't need to do that because, unlike some of these other holdout situations, there's a world where, enough people internally probably think that near $20 million for McLaurin this year is a good number from a cash perspective. And then next year is obviously up in the air. But, yeah, that's the fair market price is exactly where the team's going to be. And we've seen that a couple times now with contending teams, a couple of Buffalo extensions, certainly some things that have happened in Kansas City over the past couple of months. You're just not going to get too much past that point when you're within a system that is vying for a Super Bowl right now.
So what's baked into your number? And the reason I ask that is the argument the team and the agent have had, and the reason for this impasse, is the team is saying age. And the agent is going years. Like, he's going, I don't care if he's
about to be 30, he's going into year 7, and guys get paid going into year 7. And the team's going, well, year 30, age 30 is what matters here. So I'm wondering, like, how do you bake that and bring it out at that number, and how do those things factor in?
Yeah, there's a few factors. Obviously, age is one of them, and certainly the age itself, when factored mathematically, is drawing this number downward, just naturally, and because that's the going rate, right? When wide receivers hit this mark, it's just an actual fact. There's data to it that we plug in behind it that says that the number will be going down at this point in time, unless you're a 1A Tier 1 unicorn, which mathematically Terry McLaurin is not, unfortunately. So. And the other side of this is just raw data, raw stats, analytics, some premium stuff that comes in from the backside. And he's doing very well in that regard, obviously. Otherwise, this would be closer to $21 million, which is where Cortland Sutton recently landed in Denver, which I know is a contract that the McLaurin camp is pushing away from quite a bit here. So he does have some distance in that regard in terms of statistical production, but there's no question that the second you hit 30 at this position, the mathematical value of your worth is going to come down.
Michael Giannitti, Spot Track. You can check him out on social. Great insight on contracts, and anytime a big deal in sports is signed, he's one of the first accounts I go to. Danny asked you a little bit more on the side of what the team had offered. What the player had wanted and how far off that is. I want to go to what the team had offered. $27.5 million, and the difference between that and what we've been told reportedly is they want to be down closer to 24-25, and they may have even started lower than that. Like, what about that side of it? Do you think that was where they should have begun the negotiation?
Well, the contract I put out today, yes, is $27.5 per year, and it's a 4-year contract, right, a 3-year extension. But from a guarantee perspective, it's 2 years, $50 million. So I've got it right at that $25 million per year mark over the next 2 years, and then basically everything after that is completely up for grabs in terms of the guarantees and the ability to get out of it. So I think these numbers themselves kind of hit all notes, which is his actual value within our algorithm and what the team has been saying out loud they're willing to do. And it just comes down to is player and his agent and his camp willing to accept essentially a 2-year contract, knowing that after that it's going to be pretty hard from an open market standpoint to cash in again.
Michael Giannitti, Spot Track, with us here on Grant and Danny, breaking down a potential Terry McLaurin deal. Michael, go into this for me, and forgive my ignorance. You've forgotten more about this stuff this morning than I'll ever know. But to me, the thing I care about, not necessarily the cash for the player, I don't want to be in anyone's pockets. I care about cap hit for the team, right? So if somebody gets a bunch of cash and it doesn't affect the salary cap, that's great for me. To me, it's all about building the team and the roster. Why the structure that you have does that cap hit jump in year 3 and year 4 without kind of what looks to me like an easy off-ramp there if it's really about the 2 years, $50 million guaranteed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what I've done here is I've added 2 big bonuses, a signing bonus this year and then a signing bonus next year as an option bonus. And that allows things to be spread out and pushed down the line, right? This is the essentially building in the contract restructure in front like teams like Philadelphia and some others do. So I'm doing that prospectively right now because I know this team is looking to build aggressively every offseason. They've done so this past. They're going to do it again next March. So you temper the current cap hits. You deal with the larger cap hits later. And like I said, after 2026, this contract that I projected here is basically thrown out the window from Washington's perspective. So it's about dealing with both cap friendliness today and cash in hand for the player right now today. And everything else is basically just we'll see when we get there.
Essentially, they could tag him next year at 29, and then he's under contract this year. Would they be saving money, $250 or whatever that accounts to on this deal from that? The reason I ask is, if they're not, would they even be willing to do this?
It's a great question. It's a great point. I think that franchise tag next year is going to be pretty high. I really do. I really think the mathematics, when it's all said and done with these top 5 salaries, is going to be upwards of 30s, mid-30s. So, when you put the math with his 19 and change this year with that 30, you're approaching, right, the $50 million that we're projecting here. So, again, I had that in perspective here when I put the numbers together, and you want that to be as close as possible because you want to be able to poo-poo any of the arguments that the agent's going to make, and that will be a big one, especially with, you probably want this player around for not just this year but also next year, knowing that you have the value on Jaden Daniels for the next 2 seasons.
So, Michael, again, forgive my ignorance. I've seen that projected cap, franchise tag number rather, in the high, 28, 29 million for next year. Why the difference? Why will it be much higher than has previously been thought?
Well, two things. We're going to have a couple more extensions here, which I think will factor in before the cutoff date actually gets here. And then, of course, wherever the salary cap jumps next year, and that'll trickle down. So if the salary cap comes in higher than we think next year for 2026, and I do think it could be upwards of $300 million, maybe even over $300 million, you'll see those numbers really significantly go for these premium positions, which, by all accords, the wide receiver has become over the past 5 off-seasons here with ridiculous amount of signings.
Spot Track's Michael Giannitti giving us some numbers on Terry McLaurin. So what is the recourse for him? I mean, everything points to him not really having leverage, the team holding all the cards. You're looking at this from a very statistical, numerical, unbiased perspective, and you're going 27 and a half is about as good as he's going to do. What are we missing? How is this going to end any other way?
He's going to have to cave, right? And unfortunately, I try to put this on both sides as much as possible, but I really do think that team has most of the leverage here heading down to the wire as we're about a week away here from this all coming together. He's going to have to come down basically to this point, which is I'm willing to be here for 2 years. I want to be here for 2 years, fully guaranteed, and that $25 million per year in terms of the guaranteed average is going to get it done for me. If he's not willing to do that, if his camp is not willing to compromise in that regard, like I said, I think you agree with me. I believe the team thinks he will step on the field with his current contract and play out that contract, and we'll see where we get to next February and March. So it's one of those situations that I wouldn't say with the other holdouts exists, where the team has so much leverage. This is one of those where I swing towards the Washington Commanders pretty heavily.
So that's interesting. I mean, there are a couple things on that, Michael. We're in a different era now where, the agent, whoever the agent is, will text Adam Schefter, and it's like the contract was negotiated by Steve Smith or whatever. And now we're supposed to care about that and all the different things because everybody wants to spike the football. Where would their spike the football be in that deal that you're talking about, where it makes it seem like all this was worth it? You know what I'm saying? Like every agent's got to do that. They've got to show that we won this thing somehow, even though I wouldn't view that as a win objectively. Where would their ability to do that be in this deal, in your mind?
That's a phenomenal question. And with NFL contracts specifically, there are ways to do this, right? Because there's so much, fluff, right? Broadcasting, marketing built into these things. Mm-hmm. The way to do it is if you look at my contract and you look at the bottom 2 salaries, which already you mentioned the cap if they're bloated, there's some bloatedness there, is you add to that, right? And maybe you even add an extra year to this thing and make it a 4-year extension, and you allow yourself to pump in some really, really bloated salaries down the line, which in turn gets that average salary, that APY, over $30 million. And then you're able to go back and put out to the Schefters of the world and say, look, we got Terry McLaurin $30 million a year, when, anybody who looks at this stuff with a closer magnifying glass understands that the 2 years guaranteed is really all that matters here. So that's generally what you're going to see happen, is you're going to see a bunch of funny stuff added to the back end of this thing to make the marketable numbers sound better. But there's just no way that a team like Washington can give in too much with the next 2 seasons, knowing how important it's going to be from a contention standpoint.
Michael Giannitti of Spot Track with us. Last thing for me, and I know you deal specifically with the contracts part of it, but the fines element of this is interesting to me. And I don't know how that works in with your side of it, but when he was holding out, it's pretty easy. It's $50,000 a day. Every day he doesn't show up. It's $811,000 for every game he misses, preseason, regular season. It gets a lot more murky with a hold-in, and especially with him being on PUP, because now the team has the ability to not fine him, and it's based on conduct detrimental and whatever else. But what's your thought on if he really even has a possibility of missing any game time, or if that would – is there even a path for the agent to say that somehow that could help him with his leverage to miss games?
It gets really, really funny once the season starts, right? Because at some point in time, the team can actually run the test and put the data out there that says that he's healthy enough to be playing, and he's just refusing to play. And the second that becomes a thing, now you're talking about a breach of contract, right? And it gets really ugly and really nasty. And generally, sides don't want to get to that point, but I think we're headed in that direction with Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati, without a doubt. And it's not an accident that we're hearing so many singular reports from Washington stating that, Terry McLaurin is simply in a conditioning position right now, and he's starting to ramp up, and he's getting very close. And those words are happening because of what we're talking about here, which is they believe he will be active, healthy, and ready week 1. And if that's not the case, they don't plan on, losing out on their end of the bargain here. So I have a feeling if he believes he can hold out or hold in without any ramifications, the team may be thinking otherwise here.
Michael, not hyperbolic. I literally use your website every single day. Thank you for that. Thank you for this great work, and appreciate you joining us, man. Thanks.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There's Michael Giannetti of Spot Track with us on Grant and Danny. Really good insight on Terry McLaurin. How about the position that throws him the football? Quarterback news today for the Commanders from practice. We haven't had a lot of detail on what's going on with Marcus Mariota. He's just been unable to practice. Early on, it was kind of no-sold. And it was like, oh, he's dealing with a leg thing. Oh, we're being precautious. Well, today he did talk with the media, and apparently he's got an Achilles issue. Sounds minor. He's expected to be back for week 1, but this was Marcus Mariota, QB2, talking with the media.
The entire staff, we all got on the same page, and just appreciate the fact that they were willing just to kind of let me take some time to get it right.
So you're good to go for week 1?
That's the plan, yeah. So I'm kind of in that process to return to play, and part of that process is to come out here, start doing individual work, and then slowly get kind of acclimated into the team setting. And then once that happens, then I can be full going, and I should be ready by week.
Should be ready. That's the plan. Different than I will definitely be ready week 1, but he clearly thinks he's got an opportunity to be. But Josh Johnson, congratulations.
Yeah.
You just made the team.
Two things. One, I am over the phrase return to play. I didn't know that would bother me. I now am. I've had enough of that. I'm not mad at Marcus Mariota or anybody specifically, but I'm good on that phrase. Second part is this is kind of the unfortunate or unlucky part about the way the football calendar works. There have been a few of these where we're just sitting here going, yep, we got no idea. We got no clue what's going on with Noah Brown or Marcus Mariota or some of these other guys that are just either not practicing or out of sight, out of mind. Or
they're in regular season mode with injury info.
Yeah.
A lot of times training camp is more enlightening when, whether it's Quinn, the head coach, or whoever, they're kind of doing hockey injury style.
Yeah.
Mariota's got a leg. Well, he's got Achilles tendonitis, and maybe or maybe not ready for week 1. I mean, He makes it sound like he will be, but I guess you got to take that with a grain of salt. But Josh Johnson was competing with Sam Hartman for the 3rd job. He's run away with that competition and left Sam in his wake, as far as I'm concerned. So I feel good enough, honestly, about how Johnson could operate the offense in a backup role. But this would be a significant problem if something does happen and Mariota is out for any extended period of time. Let's not forget, he did play in multiple games last year. Now, one of them was Week 18 when they were sitting starters because they were playoff bound. But he shined. He was great against the Panthers. They scored 40 points. Their offense did not miss a beat when he came onto the field early in that game after the Daniels rib injury right at the start of the contest. And then they were playing their worst offensive game of the year against Dallas, and Mariota came in, and the offense actually got better in the second half with him leading them to the come-from-behind victory. So the couple of times we have seen him, he has been able to run this thing clinically, and he's become important, I think, in this room.
Yeah, he is that role is perfect for him. Like, if you play 16, 17 games, I've seen that. I kind of know what it's going to look like. The wrinkles, the warts, the issues, the problems, but it's just enough backyard football. Think of that great run he had against Dallas where I think the safety wasn't even looking where he was still peeking into the backfield as he was just, by his butt.
It's like ripped off like a 30-yard run for a first down.
Huge moment. Again, of course, a touchdown to Terry McLaurin to win that game. But a number of things that you saw from him in short samples, that's exactly where he should be, right? Where it leaves you wanting more, because again, the bigger sample's not going to be kind to him. But that size, where you can come in and play a little hero ball, make some athletic plays, make some of the throws that Daniels can. That to me is the perfect role for that guy. So yeah, they'll miss him if he's not able to go, or something happens if that Achilles gets worse.
The big story about Daniels coming out of LSU with his size and frame was, is he going to be able to take the NFL shots and the pounding and the beating at his size, leaving the pocket as a runner? And he was able to. Now, he did have the one kind of fluky. It wasn't even really that a frame issue, I don't think. It was he got tackled at the end of a play against the Panthers where his rib broke. But for the most part, we've stopped talking about his durability because he got through a game where he played 17 contests. probably should have played, 13 or 14 and just missed some time with a broken rib, but played through it very, very tough and admirably. I give him a lot of credit for that. But on Mariota, if he's not able to be ready in week 1, let's just say, he's ready for week 2, although that's Thursday after Sunday. So if you're not ready week 1, you might not be ready week 2. But if the beginning of the year, there's still something not quite right, and you're healthy enough that you're not going on PUP or anything, it's not like they're not IRing you for 4 games that you're going to miss, but he's not available. Now all of a sudden, Josh Johnson is a play away from being on the field. It's just a very different feel.
Yeah, it's a different eye line.
Where all you need is the wrong kind of contact of Daniels. It happened in week 1 against the Bucs last year, and now someone in the red hat says you got to go to the blue tent, and Josh Johnson's leading you on an important drive.
I mean, was it week 2 against the Giants? We got his helmet spun, talking about Daniels. Again, we were precariously close a number of times to way more catastrophic things, and I'm be holding my breath every time he does something like he did against Cincinnati in the preseason.
And my point is always, quarterbacks don't get to choose if they come on or off the field.
Right.
This QB series I love on Netflix, in the playoffs against Washington, I'd actually forgotten this happened, but when Jared Goff threw that pick 6 at the end of the half,
and Frankie Louvu lit him up.
Oh, Frankie Louvu just murder-balled him, knocked him into next week, right? Goff comes over. He's like, Louvu got me. And you could tell he's fine, but he's salty about the play and getting drilled.
Probably hurt.
But they come over and they go, hey, you got to go to the blue tent to get tested. He's like, no, I'm good. They're like, no, this isn't a choice. Like, you're going to the blue tent. He's like, I'm not missing any time. And they say, get over there and get it done as soon as possible. And he basically told him, he's like, hey, I'm going to keep playing. I'm telling you right now I'm fine. Get the next drive together for me or whatever. And it turns out that Teddy Bridgewater had to come in. They scored a touchdown on the first play because it was the end around to Jamison Williams, where he went and scored in what was the craziest first half of a playoff game in all of January. But I bring that up to say, that's all it takes is just you get dinged or someone in the booth thinks you got dinged or thinks you need to be checked. And now it's not up to you anymore, and you might miss a drive or 2 or, unfortunately, longer than that. And again, it's not something you control. You can't just be tough. This isn't Brian Mitchell 15 years ago getting knocked out cold by Curtis Buckley on a tackle and just returning a kick later in the game. There's too much intel, too much information, and it's taken out of your hands now.
Mm-hmm.
And so the backup quarterback, especially when you've got a dual threat who's going to run around and make plays with his feet and basically take on extra contact out of the pocket, it's a vital role. Last year they got a gigantic plus mark from Mariota. You need him healthy and available for the majority of the season. He's a sneaky, significant, really pivotal piece.
You laid out the case really well. I mean, that's what it is, right? It's even if it's not, okay, he's got to start this week or going to play a whole half, it's 3 plays or 4 plays in these games that are so hotly contested and so close. Yeah, it is an important role for anybody, let alone a non-Brett Favre type team where the guy played for, 300-some consecutive games. For a guy that's going to run around and move like that, for sure, you need a backup.
All the more reason, by the way, not trying to be mean, but I don't think Sam Hartman could be your number 3. Because if Mariota's not available, your 3 becomes your 2.
Your 3 becomes, yeah.
I mean, you've seen the first 2 preseason games like I have.
I have indeed.
Can he be a play away from playing right now? I would just shut that down.
I don't want that. And again, I'm rooting for the guy. I fell in love.
Keep him in the building.
When he was a high school kid, just barely. He's going to go to Wake Forest. I remember that from the QB1 Netflix show for the high school kids. That's where I first discovered him and Justin Fields and how I'm rooting for these guys. But yeah, I can't do that at number 3.
We will get you the leadoff ahead of Nationals baseball, a day game today on the Fan. We'll hit the headlines as well as soon as we return on Grant and Danny from Nats Park.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan and the NFL. Commanders back out at practice today. Final training camp practice. They were focusing on situational football today. Brandon Coleman back in full pads. Terry McLaurin walked out later in the practice but did not participate. Dan Quinn said Noah Brown is close to returning to practice. Commanders backup quarterback Marcus Mariota said he's been dealing with Achilles tendonitis. He said he feels good. Plan is to be ready for week 1. And the Commanders signed center Nick Harris. In baseball, Nats and Mets getting underway in just about a half hour. 4:05 first pitch right here on the Fan. Nats on deck getting started here in just a couple of minutes. Pair of lefties on the hill. Mackenzie Gore for the Nationals. Sean Manaea for the Mets. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Toby Altizer says he can move his arm forward, his left arm forward. He just can't stretch it out, and it's a 6.5 pain out of 10. That update on how Toby's arm is feeling after his workout with Danny is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days other than Danny making people puke when they work out.
That guilt is brought to you by Paramount Plus.
But you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. Danny, it is time for the leadoff. Pre-game with Charlie and Dave just minutes away. The leadoff, every day ahead of Nats baseball, comes your way via the Window Man since 1989, year after I was born. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Opposite Sean Manaea, Mackenzie Gore on the bump, leading off. Your DH, that's James Wood, batting second. Shortstop, check. Abrams batting third at second base. Paul DeYoung batting fourth at first base. Andres Chaparro batting fifth. Your catcher, Riley Adams, batting sixth in right field. Dylan Cruz batting seventh and left. Dalen Lyle, Brady House at third base, batting eighth. And Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
Headlines from the NFL on our way out here. Shedeur Sanders will play this weekend for the Cleveland Browns, so he's back healthy. He and Dylan Gabriel have both actually played very well and looked good. Shedeur Sanders downplaying the Dylan Gabriel remark on the sideline where he said some people are entertainers, others have to go out and compete. I'm a competitor. This was taken as some gigantic shot at Shedeur Sanders. No one watched the question. The question was about the media and people that are, asking questions of him. He was saying some people are trying to entertain and ask questions. Others play football, basically. This was turned into something it was not at all.
Yeah, the context certainly matters there. I mean, you could see the backdrop in a vacuum, right, where you go, oh, my God, he's taking a shot at
but it's so unacceptable
it's
not to, as soon as you
Seriously.
hear the question in the context, it should be over. It's done.
Right.
There's nothing else to talk about. I can't believe that Shedeur Sanders today was still being asked about the slight from his teammate.
Agreed.
He should have come out and said, are you kidding me? That's not what he was saying at all. Listen to the question. Kind of downplayed it and said, oh, we're fine. Nothing to see here. But I am curious to see him back on the field because he looked pretty sharp in his first outing.
Yes, he did. Athletic, explosive, good arm. Again, didn't look like a fifth-rounder to me.
We're getting ready for baseball on a chilly, wet, feels like an October play-in game kind of temperature out here at Nationals Park. We're handing the torch over to the voices of Nats baseball next, Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. Thanks to Darius back in studio. Toby out here at Nats Park with us. Ryan, wherever he is. Grant and Danny saying so long from the crew. We're back at it at 2 tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.